one of those mornings. Good morning, everybody. One of my clients keeps walking up on me in the parking lot. I told him if he keeps walking up on me like that, I'm going to shoot him. As I was literally putting my daily carry back into my belt. And he just kind of took a step back. Look, man, just wait for me to get into my office before you just walk up behind me.
Commander, you've got a new message at your private. Commander, you've got a new message at your private.
No, today's all right. Just don't scare me as I'm putting a firearm into my, my belt, into my holster, as I'm getting out of my car with my back turned to you.
Commander, you've got a new message at your private terminal.
Just don't do that. It's a bad idea. You're too sweet for me. I'll take my more coffee black and my back. You're too honey. Hi, Emily. Excuse me. Hey Kim, it's Chris. If you could give me a call, we gotta go over some stuff here. Um, it looks like your site hit a bandwidth limit last night, meaning that there was a very large amount of files transferred. Yesterday, it looks like there was almost 20 gigs worth of data moved across your site in just the past 24 hours. So let me know when you get a second. I don't know if you're downloading emails or what. Just let me know, and I will go over a little bit more with you then at that point. Thanks. Bye. Like 20 gigs in, like, look at this. This was yesterday. They literally did 20 gigs between 12 and 3 p.m. So hey Jeff, how many of those little shields did you want me to try and make? I've got them looking somewhat okay. I can probably have 4 done now. I can probably have another 6 done today, possibly by like 3, based on this. So it'd be like 10, and it's just the Apex Defenders. Yeah, roughly. Okay. How late are you gonna be over at that office? Okay. I am not going to be able to leave my office until 4. So how do you want to work this out? Okay. Yes. Yeah. So I should be able to make it up there about 4:30. Yeah. And I noticed you tried to put a little like logo on the back of it. Yeah, that's not printing. Yeah, no, it's too flat. I mean, you can see right. Yeah, it's again. There's something different about these, and I forgot what it is, based on like the file you sent me. Like you can see the outline of it, but that's it. So you'll see you'll see when you get them, and it's printed with a little bit different material. That's a little bit it's a little bit more flexible, but it's still, the handle is still very not rigid. So yes, it's not metal. Okay. Yeah, I can do. So at that point, what I would do is I would actually print these a little bit larger, and I can get a little bit more detail out of them, and they'll be a little bit more like of a decent quality. Okay. So I'm still printing the original file you sent me. The second one, like I'll have to show you with my slicer what's actually happening, because it's the second one wasn't any better. Basically, what I need is I need to have it all be one solid piece all the way around, and that lip that's on the inside on the back is causing a problem. Yeah. So yeah. No, don't worry about that. I got the first model that you sent me printing, and it's printing relatively okay. So like I said, I just had to make some adjustments to it. We'll make it work. This I just got to keep an eye on this print batch that's happening now. It's a 5.5 hour print. So as soon as it's done, I'll let you know whether or not it worked out. Otherwise, I'm just gonna have 4. Right? All right. All right. You have a good one, man. I'll talk to you a little later. Bye. Dr. Lawson is one of Ziggy's clients. You just gonna keep saying hello? How am I? I don't know. I think I'm okay. What were you just saying?
I need another form to park for my attorney.
For what? The fact that you put the house in it? Why does the park care?
Because it's a government form that they need. It's one of the new departments that they have at the park.
Okay. So, Dr. Lawson? Apparently one of Ziggy's customers. And Ziggy wants me to go run some lines at his house. That's going to be a trippy conversation. Yeah. I know you got an IT guy, but I'm your IT guy's IT guy. What's booting slowly about it?
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. You gotta be a little bit more descriptive than that, man. I can help as much as I can. Sure am. I'll say I'm doing okay. I gotta look to see if this thing can be made louder today. Because even when you walked in, it's just like, ding.
What if we put a pie tin around it?
No, I need to replace the speaker inside.
Oh,
That's, yeah, just.
the sound of it.
Yeah, no, it's not that. Yeah, well, I just need a little bit more details when you say it's booting slowly. Like, is it taking 30 seconds? Is it taking 5 minutes? Is it sitting at the Windows screen? Is it sitting at the BIOS screen? You got PT this morning?
Yeah. I just had dropped those two things. I had a thing at the post office. I was doing work for my box, and then I went to the office.
Are you just not listening to any of the questions that I'm asking? So, I was going to ask something. So, the person who called last night after I left wants what I want to do in your house. You see, it's not just me. Other people want it too.
She's bringing it to the nursing home, so we'll watch her.
Yeah, I'll call her here in a little bit. It's just whether or not the nursing home allows that to be on their network.
Yeah, I spoke to Woodlands. They have cable, but they only have Wi-Fi in a separate area, so I have to have a hotspot, don't I?
No. Before you start making technical assumptions, you should probably talk to me.
Well, that's what I'm talking to.
Right.
Because
They have Wi-Fi throughout the whole building, not just in like one location. Right. They might have like a dedicated like computer area for people that don't have computers, if that's what you read.
Okay.
And then Kim Benjamin last night, she's texting me after hours, and I'm like, don't want to necessarily respond.
I'm making another call.
Alright. Give me it. Nothing involving you, Emily. How about that? More careful. You doing okay today, Emily? Before I print this, let me... Yeah, she's doing okay, Emily. No, it's for one of my clients. They actually manufacture these things. Yeah, this is the website I'm working on for them at the moment. But yeah, they actually manufacture these, so we're making some little models for them to show people so they can get an idea of what the form factor is without having to take a shield like to a show or something. Because when they go to these police shows, they're lugging around like a whole bunch of it, and they'd like to have smaller models so they can say, hey, we have these, but we also have these. It's kind of the same idea. But what I need to do is I need to simplify this model. Before you extrude, mesh. Clean up. I need to select all, don't I? Yeah, I got computers. I got two PS5s to work on today. Yeah, I just need to simplify all of this mesh. Press the A key. Okay. Mesh, clean up. Emily, not everyone is like always going to be available at all the times, you know? Ooh, that simplified it. So one of the problems that I'm having with my print is that right there, which you just saw. Hey, all right, there is some changes I'd like you to make. I'm looking at the model right now in Blender, and yeah, I'm seeing like I'm having a problem keeping the handle attached. And the reason I'm having a problem having the handle attached is because it's attached by 4 tiny little screws in the model, and that's it. So the handle is actually floating on the models that you sent me. Yeah, yeah. Just if you could, then I can pull it into Blender here, and then see what's up. And then yeah, and then so here let me show you what my I'll send you a little. I'm gonna send you a text here, with what this actually looks like for me, and you can see one of the issues that I'm having with the lip around the backside. Because if we can make that entire back solid, and then the place for the arm strap just raise it up so it sticks out a little bit, it would look a lot better. Yeah, like I said, you'll see it when I send you this photo, because you can see that there's just this giant void, and basically that lip is like 2 pixels thin. So when I'm printing it, it prints as nothing. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, the away around the entire outside, yeah. Yeah, but you need to make the shield solid at that point, because inside is hollow. Like I can look at this model and I can see the screws going through everything. So if you can Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. And then I can make the print solid, so that's not an issue. And then so the two things when you do that, one, I guess it's, yeah, so it's, yeah, 2 things. Lower the handle down so it's make the handle clip into the body. Just for this. And then your logo, see if you can extrude your logo up. And then send me the model and I'll take a look at it. In Blender, and I'll see what it looks like, because I can print, even though the body's hollow, I can still print it solid, because as I'm pulling the supports for the prints off of these, one of I'm having trouble keeping them on because I didn't realize it's literally a floating plate. So yeah, exactly. But yeah, here I'm gonna send you another photo with exactly what like I'm talking about, because like I said, I don't think you can see it in yours, but you can really see it when you pull it into the model maker like this. So you can see there's like literally, I would say in reality it's like a 2 millimeter gap, but when that translates over to the print, it's literally 2 pieces. And I couldn't figure out why the print keeps messing up right there, because that's where it's messing up every single time. So, all right, yep, yeah, perfect, yeah, because it's like I said, the print for printing 6 of them is going to take 5 hours. So we just, like, the sooner you can get it to me, the better. All right, bye. I guess we're doing all the things this morning.
When I come back from PT, my doctor's report, I banged gas. I come back special billing for people you're moving to?
We'll set up. I've only done one right now.
I know.
We'll set that up. Yeah. Cause I'll get you the price.
Yeah, and the wording and stuff, so I can, as you do them, I can set up as reoccurring monthly billings. The wording and all that good stuff.
Ow. This is Chris. Hi. Yeah. All right. I just wanted. I wanted to make sure that you're aware that the transfer of the emails is not happening this week. Yeah, going over to Exchange. Yeah, that's I mentioned it to you the other day, and then the reply that you gave me to that email about the new email address makes it seem like it's still happening. Yeah. Okay. Yes. So like I can still set it up today if you'd like. That's not a problem. It's just yeah, I'll just do it both. All right, I'll get that done today. Whatever computer you want me to add it to, just send me an email. Mhm. No, it would have to be set up. And right now, no one is using admin. There shouldn't be an admin account on like set up on the domain at all. There's Office Assistant. Okay. Okay, yeah. So, what email address do you want then? Do you want Office Assistant or do you want admin? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna make a suggestion of not using admin and come like whatever the project name is, maybe put just the project name in front of it because admin is like a global thing that gives people permissions. So an administrator gets special access to stuff because that's just administrator and admin are interchangeable. So, and a computer system will think admin and administrator are the same thing. So, if we can just come like either add a name or a word or a number to it. Yeah. How about admin assistant? Stop trying to get the word administrator out your brain. Because an admin is basically something that has control over a company. And we don't want to imply that with this, right? So what is this person actually doing? So they're uh, they like none of the email addresses are admin assistant. because the administrator means a very specific thing. So like Pamela is assistant. Okay, all right, we'll do assistant. Got it. All right. Bye. All the things. Because I gotta do some updates on it. I'm gonna have to get a new keyboard soon. No, wait, I haven't replaced this one yet. Don't say not again. No. How much would a GTX 1650? Like probably like $500. No, I want this one to not stop functioning. Like I was typing and it literally just opened up like 30 screens because it thinks I'm hitting buttons that I'm not. I like the form factor of this. I'm probably just gonna get another one. Just maybe get something that has a case or something. You update the Mac the same way you do Windows, Emily. You just go to the update center. I have the Newfie 75. All right. Okay. Focus. What is the next thing I need to do? As my computer starts to crash. Awesome. Good morning, Bandit. what I mean is, like, I gotta keep it close because otherwise, my power is all the way up there. But what I'm saying is my power is all the way up on my desk. There's nowhere else on this wall that has power. Yeah. Yeah, actually, I got this. Yeah, and then we just gotta lean something on the door so it doesn't kill the AC. Alright, man.
Like that if you want to.
Yeah, it's gonna swing open. Oh, we're already at 10:30, guys. How much is 64 gigs? That's a stretch, Grant. Yes, I know. Shit. What is it? What is the? It's just the date. Is there something specific I should know about that? What is that? It's a movie as well, I think. Okay. Yeah, no, and beyond that, don't really know. Hello, Oscar. Yeah, no, I didn't. Never watched any of them. If that pops if that pops that, actually, you know what? Before you can do that, just go in there, follow where it's plugged in, and just plug it directly in the wall. Because I just realized how old that thing was.
Okay.
Yeah. So just right on the inside of the door, behind it, there should be an actual outlet. That is ordered.
You said it's 14 years old, man?
What?
Car.
That car is a 1996, so it's 30 years old.
Wow.
Just 14 years ago was when my dad had it done. I know for a fact.
96, I was in 10th grade.
I was in 5th grade. Thank you for subscribing.
Yeah, I got you by a lot. You went to school down here, Chris?
Say it again.
You go to school down here?
The food?
Did you go to school down here?
Yeah.
What school did you go to?
Bayshore.
Middle school?
Middle school, I went to Prime.
Okay. I went to Southeast.
Ah,
Yeah. Sorry.
no context.
Indeed.
Yeah, how things going so far? That's random. Thank you for subscribing, me. What's good? Okay, Jeff, you got it. So we're gonna hit A. Modeling. Mesh. So I need to. A. Let's just simplify this model real quick. No. I mean, all of the testing that I'm doing right now is saying that that's a bad deal. Because I have one sitting right next to me. It's not terrible, it's just you can get, like, I would still lean more towards a TI card. Like a 4060 Ti. Are you kidding me? Blender, stop crashing. Oh, okay. That's a lot louder. Do not want that one. Don't want that one either. Nope. 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 Terrible. Dogs. I think I'm just gonna go with that. Way better. Hit the like button, Cecil. This is terrible. See if this starts crashing immediately again. Oh, it didn't, did it? Alright. So... File, export, STL. Export. Don't save. And I can move this thing, which is nice. Okay. I should be able to hear that no problem now. Mac is updating. Get rid of this. Prepare. This should actually be a better print because of what we just did. Oh, yeah. Print. Send. Oh, and it's faster? Gotta love it. Over there. Okay. I have dinner with some friends, Emily. Oh. Alright, so these should be fine now. What file format do I need to upload this in? So an MP4? Slide bottom. I'm gonna say this as someone that owns 3 dogs. If you walk your dog without a leash in a public place, whatever happens to that dog while in that public place is your fault. No one else's. Your fault. Period. I'm not getting more cats, Emily. Got rid of my cats for a reason. Yeah, like, it's one of those things, like, if your dog is off a leash and it comes near my dogs, I will do whatever I need to protect my dogs. Period. So many things going on. Um... Someone tried to log into my Crunchyroll account last night. So no, 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 no. It is a, so you can watch anime, Emily. What is going on here? Why do I like anime? Because I do. Paid last year. I hope this thing is working. No. I watch very few animes. Emily, that sentence did not make sense. I know. Right now I'm watching one, this is what I'm watching right now. It's pretty interesting. Then there's Gurren Lagann, which I also enjoyed. The only problem I ever had with this show is that every time the guy comes up against something that he can't beat, he just yells louder and, you know, there's no leveling up. There's no being defeated. Then obviously there's Dragon Ball Z, Naruto. I'm trying to remember. There's another one where the guy ends up being like, what is it? Code Geass. There's another good one. Samurai Champloo. This is a great one. How these prints going? We're about to have company up in here. Some friends of mine. So the lady who sells the candles in the chat is about to be in here. It's not bad. All right. Some guest stars, yes. Hi, everybody.
You work on PCs? Alright, go. Bye, guys.
This is the one that died?
I don't know what the fucking problem is. It's
Don't
entirely possible
do
that
not stare.
Sorry. I don't know what the problem is. It's entirely likely or possible that I wasted another $300 on a brand new car when that one's perfectly healthy.
Because I have, like right now, I have, what was it, a 4060 Ti, a 5060, a 3060, a B580, and a 6950 XT.
Pop whatever in there because
I got
honestly right now The way that I see it, it's one of three things.
They ain't free,
It's-
my dude. Oh, say hi to the chat.
Hi, chat.
This is Mark. His wife makes the candles.
The way I see it, it's one of three things. It's the
Whoa,
power.
that's not attached. Grab that glass before I drop it.
Oh yeah, I just took the thing off.
Ew, why do you have it down there?
I just moved it down there, just in case it's the PCI slot.
Ew.
So I'm trying a new PCI slot first.
Ew, also, this power supply.
I don't see it being the motherboard.
I see it being the power supply.
That's what I was wondering, because
This is a crappy power
the
supply.
error code was like X0116.
Did it actually output a dump file?
Yes, and I read the dump file. I actually had to change the permissions on the dump file because I wasn't able to open it.
It's awesome. Grab a chair.
And the dump file, I sent the entire code over to chat, and chat said that's the power supply failing, or not the that's the video card failing, but most likely due to poor power delivery.
Yeah, this is a real bad power supply.
How do you know?
Because I can read the brand and it says Thermaltake.
Oh, you're saying so the power supply isn't bad yet.
It might be.
Actually bad.
It might be.
The
This
power
is
supply
also a problem.
probably- Yeah. Yes, I know. I said that. That happened yesterday. Yeah, and it vibrates because the weight is completely off.
There.
I was going to move a cable right here, and my pinky clipped the fan blade, and it broke off. Oh yeah, thank you. It has to be AM4, so if it's not AM4, then it's not going to work. Hang on. It doesn't say where.
That's an AM4 or a 5.
This is a 4?
That's a 4. This is a
Okay.
5. We'll get that swapped out. I haven't seen you since my wedding.
Yeah. I don't know, man. What's been going on every week for the past since the wedding is just same old, same old.
He was my best man.
Yeah, it was.
Chris, I will donate
I was the man
$5.
that I was the man that they had to work with.
Made everyone cry. So hold on, is that what's the one with the
Where- I need a
screws?
screwdriver.
And I got
No,
it. I got it. You're gonna sit. And you're gonna.
thought you told me to do it.
No, I didn't tell you to do it. You're gonna sit. You're gonna be. Yeah.
He argues with me for no reason every time I'm around him. That's probably why he hasn't seen me.
Yes,
It's
because
a joke. It's a joke. It's funny. It's funny. Just laugh. Jeez.
yeah, they said they're gonna donate money for me to clean this cooler.
Why? Don't donate to me. I'm not worth it.
Have you not seen what the inside of your cooler looks like?
What do you mean? Oh, the inside. Yeah, the inside of the actual thing. I normally dust it out, but I just didn't when we moved. I literally have 4 brand new cans of air duster at my place. I just haven't done it. I could have done it, but I just didn't.
You don't need to explain to me. You need to explain to the chat.
Now what are you making? Or is it just
I'm
calibrating?
printing these.
It's vibrating.
Yeah, it will. It's throwing a large
What are you
amount
printing?
of product for my clients. It's basically a demo version of one of their shields that they sell.
Oh.
So they're getting ready to go to a trade show, and they want to give people like little samples of what their stuff looks like.
I didn't bring my wireless cord. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, why would that matter? That is disconnected on that side.
So my next question, well, no, it's not. I wondered if the surge protector that I had it plugged into was maybe a possible cause.
You should definitely pull the chat up on your phone.
Why are they
Right
asking
there.
me stuff?
Yeah. So I don't think it's a surge protector. I just think one of the worst brands that you can buy in power supply is Thermaltake.
It's also one of the cheapest, which
I'm
is
aware.
why I buy it.
But I also can make recommendations for inexpensive ones that are actually better quality because of the research that I've done into it. Well, that's
See,
$1,000
here's the thing.
out of my account.
I've never had a problem like this until 2 months ago.
Mhm.
when I started losing, first of all, frames, and then second, assets started disappearing out of D2R, which is where this whole thing started. Assets started disappearing, and then finally it started crashing, which was just blue screening, and then I didn't know about the dump log that I could have looked at.
It's not on by default. What I had you do was actually turn it on.
Yeah. And oh my god, you have no idea just how unlucky I've been for the past 24 hours. So I woke up yesterday.
No.
I decided to connect my piano.
Just remember that anything you say is going off the string. Just
That's
remember
fine.
that.
I connected. It doesn't matter.
No, I'm just reminding you in case you say something personal. Guy doesn't even know what my Twitch channel is.
I do. I just don't know how to get to the. I just don't know how to get to my. Is this over here?
That's interesting.
That's for the lighting.
No, that's not.
One of these is for the lighting.
Yes, that is for.
This is power.
That is not power. That is actually
What is this?
fan control.
USB. Oh yeah.
Nice.
$95. The reasons I normally dust out. And the lie detector test shows deception. That's not true. First of all, I actually do dust it out. I went through a huge move recently to a completely new place, and I normally dust it out like during an event like that, but I just didn't this time, and the dust has just been sitting there for months. Yes, months.
It's fine.
And besides,
Hey,
dust is good, okay? Dust is good. Remember how good dust was during the old days with where everything was measured in just megahertz, not gigahertz? How the dust actually connected things together.
Yes.
And if you blew dust out, it would brick a computer.
Go into that room.
That's probably because
The compressor's on the top shelf. There's a carbon fiber switch, like safety on it. Open it up and then flip the switch.
Did you seriously put like a nuclear style switch on this that you 3D printed?
I did not 3D print that.
This stretch all the way over here?
No, we're not doing it.
Why did it turn on? Oh, to get it ready.
So that, like, I came in one day and it just wouldn't work, and I couldn't figure out why it wouldn't work.
What?
The factory switch on there literally set itself on fire overnight. So it melted in there. So I had to take that whole thing apart, and I just happened to have a whole bunch of those switches for a build I was working on.
Best man doesn't know your Twitch. I do know his Twitch. I just don't know how to navigate this app or find where my favorites are.
Dave, you know how many times they've updated that app? Like in the past 3 months? It's so bad. I think you're a mod in my channel.
Almost
too.
everything that I do is on PC. Yeah, well, I'm banning this guy right now.
You're my actual daily mod you're gonna ban? My channel.
I'm gonna ban one of the mods. I do have a Rolodex full. I am a library of excuses.
True statement.
Who's this guy? Why does he know me so well? How much do you talk about me in here?
Hi, Grant. I talk about you a lot. Like a lot, because you're one of my best friends. So it's real easy to talk about you. Heat sink, CPU fan, all in one.
Also, if you want to figure out if any of my fans are upside down.
Intake. This one needs to be flipped.
Is it? I thought I flipped that one the right way.
No.
Is there a rule of thumb with those fans?
Yes.
So
When you
which
look,
way should
so
the
when you
blades
look
be
at
facing?
when you look at a fan, the support is always the rear of the fan. Air always moves towards this.
support.
So,
Oh my God.
so if when you look at it, air is always going to flow this direction across the support.
So if the support is flat, then it's taking air. So this is good because it's sucking air out.
That's fine.
Because heat rises. or
Yeah.
whatever.
So yeah, as long as you have that one there and it's actually working, that's fine. This one doesn't have to get flipped.
And I thought that it was a heat issue, so I took the face off of that to put an oscillating fan against it, just in case it was, you know, the heat. And the thing gets down to 28 Celsius, so I'm pretty sure it's not.
It's not
freaking heat.
Yeah. It's so hard not to swear, right? Like when it's just part of the way you talk.
Not when I know it. It's.
No, I was just like even for me is what I'm saying. Like when I'm not here, I swear. But as soon as I get here and I start streaming, I stop swearing.
Yeah, the only people I really curse
it's his
around,
PC.
The only people I really curse around in real life is Chris and then my kids.
Yes, those are the two important ones.
What do you mean new CPU? Did you put
No,
a
it's not a difference in CPU.
Okay.
Don't worry. Yeah, that box is empty
So
now.
it recognized the fan?
Yeah.
Also, okay, anyways, I didn't finish my story. So yesterday I woke up, I wanted to connect my piano to my laptop. I did that. Sirius starts hitting my laptop with a lint roller. I grab it out of his hand and I go to toss it into the dining room. It slips out of my finger, hits the laptop screen, breaks the damn
your laptop screen.
So I calmly close it. I'm trying to stay calm and collected and everything, and like I'll fix it later. It's like $100 for the screen.
Really?
And then I go to sit down and I actually boot up Helldivers, and it crashes. I open the thing up to see.
All right, guys,
like,
we got to look at all the mistakes that are going on here.
If there's anything that I could do in there, I go to grab a cable. My pinky clips the damn.
No vibrating now. Okay, first things first. You have
because
DOCP
the vibrating
disabled.
was this is off kilter.
Okay, why do you have DOCP disabled? First off.
Because I know exactly what DOCP is, and I don't think I should have it on here. What the fuck? What the hell is DOCP?
It is overclocking for your memory, so your memory will actually run at the best possible speed. You have two. Okay.
So they're two different.
So you have A1, A2, which is correct, and then B1, B2, which is correct. You have them in the correct channels. You don't have them mix and match. This will find a happy medium, hopefully, for that. If it doesn't, we'll just turn it off. We'll leave it off. But so this cooler. I'm probably gonna recommend ordering one of the Peerless Assassins to put in here if we can get this stable. The Peerless Assassin works. It's a $35 cooler. You can order it on Amazon. It's 100%
I was
worth
going
it.
to Best Buy later on today to see if they have.
I swear.
The AIO is the one that I was going to
Do
get.
not buy that.
Really?
This cooler it's a $35 air cooler from Thermalright that outperforms single bin all-in-one coolers.
Why are you trying to save you money?
Because I just sold one. I normally have them in stock. If you would have came in yesterday, I would have sold you this one. I literally sold one to a guy yesterday. Like, absolutely, I have been blown away by the performance of them. They're
Put the
great.
4060 in there and leave it in there.
Are you going to pay me for it? Huh, brother? All right,
I love the 2070 Super. Actually, if it's not the GPU, then I'm gonna. I don't think I can SLI because of how much
SLI
space there is.
doesn't exist after the 10 series.
Then what is this? What's this right here, buddy? What is that?
That is so that you can link two cards together for AI processing.
So
and
that's,
workloads
that's
and rendering.
not SLI, but it is
SLI doesn't exist anymore. Peerless
is he lying to me?
Yeah, no, look
This
at
is
the
a
chat. Look at the
card
chat.
Look. Oh, are you serious, dude?
Look at the
okay,
chat.
hang on.
Oh, this that's fun.
I got it. Hang on.
What? Why?
Why? Because I didn't mean to do it, and it did it itself.
You can turn it off, right?
I know we can turn it off, and I just didn't turn it off
Takes 30 seconds.
Hang on, BitLocker, boom. I just have to go to my account.
Yeah.
Why is the number so long?
Give him the B580. I need to recoup my money on that. But I think a B580 would be a great card for this.
Listen, I don't need your charity, all right?
So look, this is what I'm doing right now. I'm actively benchmarking. Look at the right screen.
Hang on. 7. All right, what?
So I'm benchmarking all of these video cards against the RTX 5060, which just came out. So I have 2 more cards to do, and then I'm going to sell them.
You have a camera in your 3D printer?
Yeah, it came with it, so I can monitor.
Can you stream that to chat as
Sure.
like a tiny like?
Yeah, right there.
Oh, so they see that already?
They can. That's like instantaneous. It's fancy. All right, I need that. You got that key?
All right.
All right, I'll have you type it because he just kicked me out.
Why would you? Do you have a numpad?
No.
Okay.
Do you have a keyboard that has a built-in?
Here, read me the number then.
Do you have a built-in trackpad? If you're gonna read it out loud, I'll do it because I can.
last night because I had Ari literally blowing at the CPU, the CPU.
So that thing must have
heatsink,
been really cool.
the heatsink, because if I kept it on for too long on the BitLocker screen, it would shut off because the processor was getting too hot.
No, it is shutting off because it gives you a certain amount of time. You have 60 seconds to start interacting with it. So you could have literally
so
just
the
hit
BitLocker
one.
turns my computer off if I.
Correct.
Why? Because someone's able to brute force in that amount of time?
No, it's not that someone's able to brute force in that amount of time. If you do not interact with it, it assumes that you don't know what's going on.
Oh, so I need to at
And
least
it's-
be typing
yes.
something, get
You
rid
can
of it,
hit
typing
one,
something, get rid of it.
sign in.
That makes sense. Just. It's the last four of my social, Chris, with an exclamation point at the end.
Why didn't I know that?
Just so you know, chat, in case you want to log into my PC from Trinidad or something.
Can we all donate like $2 to buy Mark a
Don't
brush and
donate
compressed air
anything.
and give
Don't
him a
listen
link
to
on
him.
how to clean
No.
his PC? How long have I known Mark?
I don't know, Best Buy?
Well, it's been longer than Best Buy. No, I guess it was Best Buy. We were in high school
It was most
together.
likely Best Buy. If we were, I don't remember.
Yeah,
interacting.
we never interacted, but we were at the same high school at the same time. And what do you have? I always complain about this.
What?
Turn this garbage off. Boop.
No. It's not that, actually. Go top or bottom right.
Oh,
It's
you
flux.
have flux on.
Yeah, just get rid of flux. Turn it off.
Which one is it?
The right.
This one.
All the way. Yeah, there.
Ew. All right.
Yeah, it doesn't show the real colors. Why was BitLocker turned on to begin with?
It's by default.
Please don't tell me it's going to ask for a BitLocker to be able to disable this.
So here's the cool thing about BitLocker. Once you start decrypting the drive, which we just started doing, even if you turn the computer off, leave it for a month, turn it back on, as soon as it turns back on, it'll continue
Can
decrypting.
BitLocker corrupt a drive?
No.
Okay. It's just a security feature?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so it's off?
It is now off.
Thank you.
All right. Let's get rid of that.
And then anyways, so
Yeah,
last night, the last thing that happened was the BitLocker showed me a screen. I was like, what the hell is this? I've never seen this before. Good thing I knew my login for Microsoft, because if I didn't, I would be an Apple customer right now.
Yeah, you'd have some
I'd be like,
things.
why can't I get into my account? What's going on?
I have known Emily for 3 years. Emily, he was the person that wanted to ban you originally because he thought you were a bot.
Wanted to what?
Ban her.
Oh.
You thought she was a bot.
Thought you ended that with a different letter, but anyway.
Bot. What other bot? What other Bob?
So, the computer.
All right.
Do not go into the ship. There's some stuff in there you don't want to see.
No, I don't. Dump stack. Where's the actual dump file?
That's it. That was it.
No,
dump stack.
That's not it.
Then I read the wrong thing.
You probably read the wrong thing.
So then is that a log for my video card then, specifically?
Don't know.
Because that's
I have
the
to
thing
read
that
what's
I opened.
actually in it. 'Cause it should be.
I was wondering what you were talking about because I didn't see a DMP file anywhere. The file type DMP at all. Right now he's going to check and make sure that I kept it on.
So it should be called this.
Memory dot. Oh, so then
Memory.dmp.
where would system root be?
This is system root. See the inside of the Windows.
So it's called memory. Everything that's invisible is visible right now.
So let's see. It's probably not showing up.
Why wouldn't it be? Yeah, I looked for that too.
Yeah, if it's not showing up there, then it didn't actually write a file.
What?
How long ago was...
It's been happening.
Right, no, what I'm saying is how long ago was this file written? This was written...
The day of, no, 4/12. Yeah, so...
Yeah, so what a dump file actually looks like.
So this isn't even close to what we're supposed to be looking for.
So what'll... Oh, this is what I...
Is it not able to run the write the dump file?
If it's crashing, like if it's hard freezing everything, then no.
It is. So what happens during the freeze is I hear a robotic noise like, and then it's like the sound was like paused on one thing. But what's funny about that is I can still hear Discord, I can still hear sound effects, but the video cuts. And then finally it does the grrr, and then it blue screens, or it just shuts off completely.
Let me see if I can find it.
Because sometimes it doesn't even blue screen. It just dies. and restarts. Could I maybe effectively use this exact same one, but take this part off and put it?
If you find another, if you can find another one, yeah.
That's probably just more work.
What is it called?
Yeah, because this is just a fan that's mounted on top of a heatsink.
So to read a dump file, you have to run this application, which is called WinDebug. And then when you read it, it will it'll actually pump out, like, print out a whole bunch of stuff. But
sure, but
this,
it's not even creating the dump file is what we're seeing.
yeah, so I want to see here, because I want to see if it's a kernel power issue. If it's a kernel power issue, it's more than likely your power supply.
Go ahead, run Helldivers right now, and then get to a drop, and it'll crash if you want to create the dump file. I promise it'll crash.
Yeah, so we're going to filter our current log, critical error, critical without shutting down first.
But there were, what the hell?
Yeah, this is, don't worry about these. A lot of these are just, I know things.
So,
Have you, I'm going to ask you, stupid question. When you replaced this video card, did you do a DDU? Display driver uninstaller.
Yes.
Did you run that?
Yes.
And you did it in safe mode?
wait, when I replaced the card?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so we're going to start with that.
I did run DDU with the previous card,
Okay.
and then reinstalled everything. So what?
And we're going to run that again. Because you can see, like, it's having
Is the
problems.
sound working, by the way?
On this?
Yeah.
I don't know. I know speakers hooked up to this.
Click the sound thing real quick and see if it shows Sound Blaster, because I just want to know that the PCIs are actually doing their thing. So click the.
Sound Blaster.
Okay, so no, it's there.
sound,
Okay,
yeah.
it's there.
Hey, shut up, Tech.
Now what is he saying?
What do you think about the future of PC? Just the
I want a quantum
67,
PC.
6700, 57. That's a solid little budget build. Like, that should be what, around $900 for that? All right, where's my?
I do want to buy. Say, hey, tell me about the scented candles. What do you? How do I get those?
You go to shop. What is it? Etsy shop.
Help a friend of yours. Is she cute?
Yeah.
There's no pictures.
She's
of her.
married to a doofus, but you
She's
know.
married to what?
A doofus.
Yo, send me over.
Or a
I wanna-
douchebag.
I'll help her.
Literally a douchebag.
It's fine.
All right.
I'm very good with Steve.
Yeah, we don't talk about that. I haven't brought that up. They know nothing about that.
Don't worry about it then.
Yeah.
They don't need to know. They're on a need-to-know basis. Chat.
All right, let's do this.
That's deep lore we don't need to talk about. Why do you have a map of all of Manatee? All of the fucking... This is so difficult.
What is? I know it is, right? What does it say in the top left corner?
A storm? Wait.
The words.
National Weather Service.
Oh. If I'm going outside, I want to know that I'm about to get dumped on.
Well, there is supposed to be storms today.
Yes,
so.
I know, and I brought the wrong car. There should be an
What do you
orange.
mean you brought the wrong car?
I'm driving my vet. What does that look like?
What do you need?
I'm looking at the camera. See, I'm just making sure it's not failing. It's not. It's fine. All right. Let's see what happens here. Let's put a load on this. We've been around each other for a very long time.
Isn't this one the last one that I ran? And then no. This one was the previous one. This is the most recent one that I ran.
Maybe I'm running this off of my drive though.
Oh right. Okay.
So we'll see. We'll see what
What do you
happens
mean your
here.
drive?
This. It's a hard drive.
Oh, I have it on my computer. You told me to get it.
Okay.
You can see the last time I ran it.
Yeah, I know. I'm running
And
it.
one of the reasons I thought maybe it's the surge protector is when I unplugged my computer,
Mhm.
my power supply from that surge protector, plugged it directly into the wall. The second time that I ran Cinebench, it outperformed it by like 1,000 points.
Okay.
Does that
Does your
anything?
power strip have overcurrent protection in it?
I think so. And it also has a little switch that says power saving mode or something like that.
So it might be a power switch. I've had that happen. So what can happen is if the computer draws too much power suddenly, overcurrent protection will flip. It's basically, you know, in your bathroom how you have GFCI plugs. They actually are you being serious?
Yes, the little.
It is literally the exact same thing, and that's why during our LAN party, that's 100%. So I had someone come out and replace all of the plugs and replace them with higher amperage breakers, like literally the next day after the LAN party.
I don't think that wall that particular.
If it's built into
plug,
the power strip.
Oh, built into the power strip. Okay.
Right.
So.
All right, let's put it.
It probably doesn't help me then that a 59-inch 4K, a 42-inch 4K, and a 32-inch 1080p is plugged into it also.
We might kill your computer right now.
Why?
We're tossing a burn test at this now. Let's toss.
Ooh, drag the folder again.
This is, you got to remember, this is a
Okay.
30 hertz refresh. Let's toss on Furmark.
Are you just running all this at the same time?
See if it's your power supply. So we're using 93% of your VRAM, and we are pulling 190 watts on just your video card.
Okay. I've been like go to hardware info.
Oh, you have it installed?
Yeah, I have it installed right now.
Nice.
Trust me, I've been watching this to HW.
Yeah, my keyboard.
You want to spell correctly, maybe?
No. It's whore info.
It's whore info. No, you're right.
Yeah.
Hardware info, and I have. I also have. What's it? Ryzen Master on here to monitor the.
Have you made any adjustments with Ryzen Master?
No, I didn't know that you can make adjustments with Ryzen Master.
Yeah, you can overclock and do everything. Alright, I want to see everything. How much power?
It's all the way to the right.
Why do you have it scaled?
I didn't know. Oh, I did actually. I did modify it because on my second screen, it was teeny tiny. I couldn't see anything.
I want to look at these temperatures.
Those are good though, yeah?
Your memory temperatures are perfect.
Okay, yeah, I thought so.
This is what I'd be interested in.
So,
woo! Yeah, you need a better cooler. This one isn't keeping up.
So I need a way better cooler.
Yeah, get the one that I'm telling you.
94?
Yeah.
That's Celsius, buddy. Are you killing my CPU right now?
No, I think when it hits 100, it'll shut itself off.
Go down to video. Because video... Okay, so it idles at 20% memory usage. It literally idles at 20% memory usage. The video card.
That's fine. Because it's
on desktop with nothing running.
It's drawing your screen at 4K. And if you have a wallpaper engine running,
no, I turned that off.
Yeah, that's normal. Yeah, nothing. So your GPU temperatures are fine.
So on low, that means like running a game 70 to 90% is normal.
Especially like.
What the hell's the problem?
We're gonna find out here in a second.
This doesn't make any sense. I still haven't run memtest. That's the one. That's one.
Well, I know. I understand. He needed something
What am I doing wrong now, tech guy? What did I do? I'm sorry.
I had to get this off of there.
Why are you guys bullying me?
You can take it.
I didn't mean to do that. It was an accident. I'm sorry.
But yeah, order that cooler today. The one I'm talking about, the Peerless Assassin.
Spell it correctly? I think he forgot he's talking to.
Yeah, I don't spell anything correctly.
Who is this guy?
He's my head mod. He basically
starting to look like Louis C.K. in disguise.
He
60.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Can you open the back window again for me, please?
Yeah, you have the keys.
Oh, I didn't know that's how you did it. Okay.
Yeah, so open up the. So I'll show you real quick.
Yes, shame on me. I didn't. It was an accident. I didn't think that my little pinky finger was gonna break a fan blade on this originally $450, $500 piece of hardware. I stopped beating off in public. To be clear, he didn't do it in public. All right, it was in private, and it was what?
I'm just checking to see if I have.
And he asked. He asked, and she said okay.
I'm just checking to see if I actually have a stealth cooler. Or the same coolers you're just chilling back there.
So is the fan that he's talking about actually going to be okay for the 3900X? Or is he just doing that Chris thing that he does?
Let's just put this on there.
What is that?
It's just sitting there collecting dust. Oh, that's right. I put it in there. I forgot about that.
Something like that even cool it anyways. Liquid cooling. I don't know, dude. I don't know how I feel about that. It's you doing it, so never mind. I trust you.
The thing is that this man, yeah, I forgot that I had this. I had this on this computer, and then I replaced it. I replaced this with one of these.
Hang on.
All right. I don't think it's a power thing, man. This thing is pumping off heat. So let's shut this down real quick.
Oh my god.
Look how long this is taking for like things to happen. Like, watch.
It's because you're running.
Yeah, I'm literally hitting it with every test known to man.
And so far, it hasn't died from doing that.
What are you guys saying?
And what would I have to do if it was power from literally the room that I'm in?
Replace the power strip. Because if it actually has a GFCI breaker in it, the thing is, it would not cut off the PC, or it wouldn't just lock up the PC. It would shut everything like all the way down.
Yes. But also, I plugged my PC directly into. I plugged this directly into the wall.
And I know you said
and
you
it's
got
still
better
crashed.
performance. Yeah, so that's that. Alright, we're gonna take this off.
Probably get that away from the electronics, huh?
That's fine. I have literally an open container of water right there.
That's not a good thing. He has an open container of water right next to his
Better than an open
entire
container.
setup with Chad. You're about to get water spilled on you, Tech.
That's my computer. You like my screens? I got new screens.
How was I supposed to tell?
I mean, you know me.
There's a spot in the new place that we're at. It's just an empty wall. You ever seen a place with a fireplace? Like, the place that I'm in now has a fireplace for no reason. I literally have the couch pushed up against it because there's no reason for us to use a fireplace in Florida.
Yeah.
But there's a spot, like, the fireplace is situated...
Hold on. Okay, alright, go ahead.
Situated on the wall and throwing any
I'm putting
idea of symmetry off. There's no such thing as symmetry with this this setup.
I'm actively putting a 120 on here right now. My old 120 that I used.
I don't think I have cooling problems, buddy.
No. You do have cooling problems, seeing as you have a CPU cooler that has a
Sure,
broken fan blade.
but I had it open with a fan
I am not suggesting you have a cooling problem. I'm suggesting you broke a fan blade. And I'm replacing it with something.
Why are you gonna bring that up?
I'm replacing it with something
Why
that doesn't have a broken fan
bad
blade.
about that, right?
No, you don't.
Breaking my own fan blade?
Yeah, you don't feel bad about it. It's
I
just
don't
a thing
feel
that
bad
happens.
about it. No, okay.
It's just a thing that happens.
I didn't know. I just decided to like down 5 drinks.
I got a better question for you.
Oh, God,
Why,
here we go. Yep, here we go.
when you decided to break your laptop screen, didn't you just call me?
What would you have done with a laptop? It's
What if I have one sitting back
It's
there?
a glass touchscreen.
Cool. What if I have one sitting back there? Unbelievable.
I wish it wasn't a glass touchscreen because maybe I wouldn't be having this problem right now. Well, I don't necessarily have a problem because I can plug that laptop into a external
TV.
monitor. Yeah. Which I don't want to have to do since I already have.
Now you guys know what I have to put up with.
What do you mean you have to put up with?
Oh, I know it's going to be hot, but it'll be better than this cooler.
Is he breaking my computer more?
Yeah, probably. I only do this for a living. Like, actually a living. Hey, look, there's your CPU.
You just pulled it off with it?
Yeah.
Wait, how did you do that if it was fastened down?
Because the thermal paste is more adhesive
Sticky?
than the little clamps.
Or did it just like clay it onto there?
I have really good thermal paste. Let's just put it like that.
Oh, you put new thermal paste on
I
that?
did, yes.
I literally just replaced thermal paste last night.
Alright, cool.
So you combined them? Look at now you got a bunch of thermal paste
Oh,
everywhere,
hush.
yeah?
Good thing it's non-conductive, right?
Yeah. So if it gets on those gold knobs,
The pins?
yeah.
It's fine. Just
Pins.
needs-
Sorry, pins. I forgot things are called pins. This though, I'm very proud of this right here. This little guy. I replaced him maybe like a year ago. It's a dedicated sound card. I don't know if you heard of it. Sound Blaster AE7.
Last time anyone needed a sound card was the year 2000.
I need a sound card because I like music.
Okay.
And I like using the audio of the actual sound card instead of the for all stuff.
Yeah, you're not
And
supposed to.
it gives me 2 more milliseconds less time to get from my keyboard to the speakers.
Cool.
So it's 4 milliseconds instead of 6. So it's 2 milliseconds short of a GameCube controller on a CRT.
Yeah, my third most popular video is me replacing the joystick on your Xbox controller.
You mean the one that still pulls all the way to the right?
Yeah, I told you how to fix it. Why do you just have a?
I didn't calibrate it. You're right.
Why do you have a hard drive just floating in the back of this computer?
Which one?
The one in my right hand.
Yeah, that's a 10 terabyte that I didn't want to I didn't want to screw
Here,
down.
you can help me.
Because
with
there was
this.
no
Hold
room.
That.
Hold
Just that part. Yep. I need to line this up.
Hang on, the screw. It's underneath the screw. Okay, now it's done.
You just need to. You just hold this, the actual this part, just right there. Just need to line up one of these, and then the rest of them will line up.
I was about to say you want to get it in the hole, and then that was probably not a good idea. Say that.
It's fine. That did not screw in at all. Why did that not thread in? Oh, that's why.
Are they not the right size?
They are. We need to. Hold on.
Oh. Yep.
Forgot about these. Just like I forgot about Dre.
Who?
Take this off.
Wait, are there 2 different sizes on that?
No. It's just
Nothing to say. Nothing comes out when you move your lips. It's just a bunch of gibberish.
start threading the standoffs off.
You said take them off?
Yeah, we gotta thread them into this.
Oh, they forgot about Dre.
I guess hand them to me one at a time.
Oh, you have to do it like that first.
Yeah, like I said, it's been a minute since I used this cooler. Uh-huh. Look, it's gonna be better than that little metal one. That's all I know.
Yeah, that guy reminds me of you. Nothing is ever good enough.
That's him. He's an AMD fanboy, so you gotta.
So am
forgive him.
I.
No, you gotta like.
Matter of fact, you're the one that made me an AMD fanboy.
He has a mental deficiency. It's fine.
A mental wow. Yep, ableism. Get him, Twitch. TOS. Oh, you can't say that, can you?
Because it's literally.
Because the
like,
police will actually come in here and be like, woo, woo, woo!
Alright, hold on.
Shut Spec down. Oh, that's so smart.
He's just proud of it. That's all. Being an AMD fanboy.
Nothing wrong with being an AMD fanboy.
Use this.
Who the hell still uses Intel processors?
Like 80% of the world.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Probably because 80% of the world's trying to grow their brands, their art brands, and now they're AI brands.
Yeah, Nvidia is getting ready to release their first CPU.
Nvidia?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know.
Like
the most.
their own factories, Nvidia?
Nvidia doesn't have their own factories.
Okay, so their stuff is made by...
TSMC.
Who the hell's that?
Taiwan Semiconductor.
Oh, so maybe they will be able to compete with AMD Intel.
In the CPU market. I mean, if their CPUs end up. Why is that strip? You put that in upside down. That's going to be aggravating if I put that in upside down.
Why? Because you have to pull everything else out?
Yeah, I think I put it in upside down. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I put that one in upside down. I did. Alright, that explains that. Alright, so let's.
So wait, with this fan on top of it, it was still going at 93
yeah, it's
cells?
just because it's
Was this-
designed so described it perfectly. That cooler is designed for a 65 watt maximum.
And this is a 90.
This is 105 watt.
Oh yeah, never mind. It is 105. I was thinking of the other one because there was 95, 105, or 105, and something else.
All right, one more time. Hold. Do not touch the bottom.
3900X is still pretty future-proof, yeah? No?
It is extremely outdated.
What?
I don't know why that's a shock to you. The 3900X is like what, a 12-year-old processor at this point?
With what I'm doing,
12?
is it future-proof?
No.
All I'm doing is playing old school
7.
RuneScape and sometimes
Yeah,
Helldivers with my friend.
Whatever you're doing with it is fine. I'm not saying replace it, but it's not future-proof. All right.
I want to be able to run old school RuneScape at 4K, 8K eventually.
So how do you feel about them canceling your Pride Day event?
Did they?
The CEO said that it was not a valuable source of...
Probably the same exact way I feel about them, like most companies not changing their logos to rainbow.
So you hate it?
Except like Blizzard. Never mind. We're not going to get into that conversation. It's a silly conversation to have.
You don't like being represented?
I do like being represented, but they don't exactly have a flag for what I am.
They do.
They have a designation for what
They
I am.
do have a designation,
that
that's
may
for
or
sure.
may not be illegal in Florida. It's a joke. It's funny.
Yes, we're making jokes. Definitely.
So it's all jokes. It's all fun and games.
Someone just messaged me on Teams. I'll have to look at it in a second.
Is that like your... I see it.
It's the actual IT part of my job. So I gotta look at it here in a second. Calls DeSantis.
Oh my
What's he gonna do? Walk
God.
around with little boots?
Did you see about DeSantis basically greenlighting mowing down
Yeah.
aggressive protesters?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So I have
That's a little crazy.
I have a very counterintuitive opinion on that. If I'm driving on the freeway at freeway speed and you walk out in front of me, I'm not stopping.
Yeah, what would be considered aggressive protesting though, right?
Blocking
I don't see
someone.
a human being jumping in front of like 70-mile-an-hour traffic.
You'd hope not, but we're talking about.
Do they wait for an entire wave of cars and then everybody runs out?
All right, we should stop this line of talk right now.
Yeah, I know we should. People are silly. People are very silly.
Let's see. I gotta find the screws for the back of this. I think they're these.
I have a question for you. Do you give me credit for having the RAM in the right slots, or was that just chance?
No, that was very much chance.
Okay. Wait, what?
See, if this screw is right, I'll have you find.
This one's cool. This has the. This
That's-
has my.
Yeah, did you?
This has my fan.
Did you not hear the
No, I
words?
didn't hear you.
I said I took this out of that computer and replaced it with that one. Are all these going to
So
be
my
the
question is,
wrong
why?
I like how we're not even focusing on the issue that you're actually having right now.
I know. We're just talking. This is what we do. We catch up, right?
Yeah, but also like that's not going to fit either. Let's see here. I gotta give me a second. I have to give someone permission to folders. I'm trying to see if I still have these. Maybe it's these guys. Screwdriver.
They went to the store and Sarai grabbed a cart and brought it over to the car. Ari got him out of the car, serious, and some guy put his kid in our cart and then took the cart.
And what happened to Sirius then? You're not asking the right question. Where's your son?
He's with Art. No, put his son, not my son. If he took my son, I would be Liam Neeson right now. Only without all the connections to the CIA.
Oh, they've named you Marky Mark.
Yeah, I'm no stranger to Marky Mark. I'm no stranger. I have
Watch
a
what
few
you're
names.
about
I
to
have
say.
Jeff. I have Marky Mark. Marky Mark and the Funky Fresh Crew. Marky Mark and the Funky Fresh Crew was in high school. Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch was after high school.
I don't think this exists. My guy.
Marky is what my family calls me. Everyone in my family calls me Marky.
Can you stop talking for 1 second? I have to actually think about. I gotta think about something. And my brain. All right, you're good. Go ahead. So
And
it
then
says
someone
it
bestowed the name
exists.
Marcus on me years ago for no reason whatsoever. Otherwise, other than it was a name on one of my social medias. I like this case.
Why does this not exist? There it is.
Is this considered a full tower?
That is not. That is a diagnostics cube.
A diagnostic tower?
Cube.
Cube?
Yeah, because it's a.
I want one of
cube.
those wall-mounted ones.
You mean like that?
Yeah, but something that looks a little better than that.
What's an all-in-one? I took apart.
Oh,
Oh.
all you did was just take the back of a case and put it against some wood.
You mean I took apart a full all-in-one?
That's not a bad idea, actually.
I had one.
Maybe I'll do that.
Yeah, and it's my security cameras.
But no, maybe that's a bad idea, actually, because
You don't want people seeing what you do.
open a door in Florida, and you get any amount of humidity in there, or if your AC shuts off, you're gonna have to keep your computer off until your AC comes back on. Otherwise, it's gonna be all wet.
Being awfully dramatic about that, sir.
I don't. Okay, I have a relationship with both static and water when it comes to PCs in my history as a seasoned PC guy.
I'm putting the washers on here because we gotta have the washers.
Why? It's just metal. I don't care. What do you need the washers for?
Because it's my rule.
It's your rule. Him and his
my
rules.
rule.
Yep, gotta have control.
All right, let's see.
Gotta make sure you maintain control over everything.
This I don't think matters because we're not doing RGB. This matters because we need it to know how fast to spin the pump. All right.
Maybe it is my power supply.
Could be. But we just
Because
hit
I'm
everything
starting
with a
to
pretty heavy
remember-
load and nothing happened. So
I'm starting to remember a fan problem that I had, where I had too many fans plugged in and one of them wasn't working. But they all worked individually. Uh-oh, you're in trouble.
this is Chris. Generally, they're not cost effective to repair. My repair cost is $100 plus parts, and usually you can replace them for less than that. Yeah, more than likely, yeah. Yes, yeah, they all do. Yeah, there should be like a half circle on the back that has a line going through it, and you just should be able to put like a quarter or something in it and twist it. All right. Absolutely, have a go. Yep. All right.
How's your mom?
Good. She's at physical therapy right now.
Huh?
She's at physical therapy right now. All right.
So the hospital thing was alright then?
Yeah.
Everything's good there?
I don't know. They still don't know what it was.
I don't like that. I never liked that.
Like I just think it was heartburn.
Must be some massive friggin' heartburn.
Yeah, but that is like realistically a possibility. My mom's never had like serious heartburn.
Why does your
before.
hard drive have a screen on it?
So that is what's called an IODD. And what it allows me to do is it allows me to go through and load up any of these ISOs, and then the computer will just read the ISO as if it's a CD. So I have all of these ISOs on here, and I can just load up at any given time. Plus, I can use it as
So you're basically mounting virtual drives with this?
and then I can also use it to store files. Yeah,
That's
I
a
can.
physical way of mounting virtual drives?
Yep, I can also put VHDs on there, like full-on virtual hard drives. Yeah, they're super awesome. I have 2 of them. This one over here, I got to figure out what's wrong with it. Yeah,
What's the difference between doing that with software versus doing that with that?
the computer just thinks it's a CD. That's the difference.
Oh. So you could,
There we go.
You could, in theory, have like thousands of CDs in one CD.
Correct. Pin.
So the last 4 of my social with an exclamation.
You keep telling me that.
I don't even care about the pin thing. I don't even want it. Wait, what? I took a picture of this right here, I think. Click that. Open that picture right there. I think that's part of hardware info.
What
that
is
I did-
this
that I did last
cursor
night.
you're using?
That's the leak cursor.
No, it is. But why? It's the old
And
lead
when
cursor.
no, it's the one that's still no. The old one is the hand. Remember, like the
yeah.
Warcraft style hand. Yeah, this. I was asking like, what
That's
is
fine.
this, and why do I turn it? How do I turn it off? Because I thought that maybe that was also killing
No,
me.
so performance limit utilization basically says if you have an overclock on it, it's going to follow the overclock and not follow
Yeah, I figured that out.
whatever the actual card's default is. How do you?
That just said SLI. You said it didn't exist.
Right. It says no. SLI does not exist anymore.
But why does it exist there?
Because
It's gone now.
Because what happens if you put an old card in here? SLI.
Isn't this
no.
considered an old card?
Oh, what if you put like a 9? What if you grab the 900 that's up there, the GTX 900? What happens if you grab that?
I don't know. I'll
Yeah,
grab
exactly.
it and it'll be in my hand.
Yes. Well, you put it in here. It just
You don't have any
supports
internet.
SLI. I know. I never have internet. I'll one day I'll be able to afford
What if the
internet.
internet's killing my computer?
And you got more problems than I can help with.
I have a rootkit or something in there. Some guy's just
Alright.
trolling me from Russia with a love.
All right, let's see what our temperatures are at now. Yeah.
Did it just die?
Mm-hmm. Yep, we need to find out why.
What?
Yep. Need to find out why. That's the first time that's happened.
Is this being powered?
Yeah.
This guy?
It's being powered by this.
Well, not if the fan's gonna break it.
No, I need to plug this one in too.
What was that? Oh,
yeah.
derp?
It's because
Do you need a light in there,
Nope.
buddy?
I do not. I have 2 giant lights right here.
Yeah, but they're not facing in.
They are literally face. Look inside.
Oh, I see it now.
Oh,
How'd
I
you
see
do
it
that?
now.
Well,
So
if
it's
you
almost-
take
it's
this
almost-
thing off, it'd be better.
I know what happened. You overheated. I'm sorry.
Did you just start like benchmarking it before the fan was even plugged in?
No, the fan is plugged in. The cooler wasn't.
Oh, you mean the thing that's supposed to cool the processor?
Yeah. That goes over there.
That'll happen.
The only thing I don't have is like these
See,
things.
some of us make mistakes.
Move this out of the way. I didn't even install this thing correctly. Get these cables out of here. There we go. Beautiful.
It's because you're so flustered, dude. I know it's not very often you get to stand next to me and
I know. It's because you refuse to come to my house.
smell my. I don't refuse to come into your house. I would love to come into your house.
Ow.
Chris, I wish I could just tell you why I have.
Ow.
You want to?
I'm good, my dude. I unplugged one of your fans. Do you have another fan header over here somewhere? Why did you cut these wires?
I didn't.
What do you mean you didn't?
Cut what wires?
The fans don't come from the factory like that.
They had to because I did not do that. I actually did not do that. Yeah, I didn't do that.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
Why is
I
it
got a
like
fan.
that?
I got a fan splitter here. Nope, that's a USB splitter. All right, that should get better. Now that this is actually
Why isn't it-
circulating.
Why isn't it lit? Or you just didn't
I
plug
just
in the
said
RGB?
I said the RGB.
All right,
I
why
don't-
don't you disable the damn? Disable the
Let me
pin.
see if I have that RGB cable.
You think my RGB cable would work? The one that was plugged into my thing? It doesn't need RGB. We're just trying to run the test.
I'm just trying to see if I have it.
What do you mean decryption for BitLockers in progress?
Yeah, it's still going. It doesn't. It's not.
So it's decrypting, so it'll disable
Decrypting.
BitLocker.
Everything, yeah. Like I said, that's one of the cool things about it is even after you disabled it, you can turn the computer off and turn it back on and keep going. Let's see what our temperatures are at.
Anyways, any reason that I haven't been to your place would just sound like a fucking excuse. Any friggin' excuse.
You're fine.
Anyways. This is another thing. Why is this constantly above 4K? Why
What?
is the CPU constantly running above 4K? Why isn't it just
Do you have a boost clock turned on?
If I do, I didn't mean for it to be on.
All right, let's see what our temps are at.
And that's
now.
something I have to change in the BIOS.
Hey,
isn't it?
look at that. It's still not great, but we gotta get them temps down a little bit.
Well, that's my point. Is if it's idling at 4K, then we probably need to turn whatever boost clock is on. Like, go to
Actually, fine. Like,
What
what's
is
our
it?
utilization at? Your utilization is at 12%. You are fine, my guy.
Yeah, but if it doesn't have to be there,
Yeah,
this is supposed to be under 4.
No, it's not.
What's the point of it being boosted? I'm not even doing anything.
It's fine.
It's supposed to be this. Why
Right.
is it that?
Because there's stuff going on in the background.
Is wallpaper engine running?
No. All of these processes are running.
No.
One thing you do have a problem with, this hard drive, about to die.
No, it's not. Run Crystal right now.
Okay.
Crystal's on here too.
All right, cool. Give me an explanation of why it's running 100% when it's not your system drive.
Wait, which hard drive? SATA?
So
Is that
this
the
is
Toshiba?
this is your system drive. This is the 10 terabyte.
No, it is not.
It actually is capacity 9 terabyte. It's running
What
at
do you
100%.
mean it's about to die?
There's what do you have? What application is running off of that hard drive?
Click this right here. Is that what's happening right there?
If it's
The decryption?
you encrypted all of your hard drives?
If I did, I didn't do it on purpose.
Okay.
Because I don't know how BitLocker was turned on.
Okay. All right. Then yes, that's
This
what it
one
is.
too. Look.
That's normal because it's actively decrypting. It looks like it's decrypting both drives.
So that's why.
C drive, D drive. So yeah,
And
that's what it is. You're
D-
fine. Then
okay.
never mind.
Jesus
I th-
Christ,
I th-
dude! You scare the Nikes out of me.
I thought
it's
like,
so hard. It's
like
so
it
hard.
is. It gets very hard. My thing is like I didn't know that both of your drives were encrypted.
Well,
Usually
smart,
it's
right?
just
Yeah.
one.
Smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. If you need to.
It's nice.
What you know would have been even
There's my
smarter?
power beats.
You know what would have been even smarter?
Put it on the inside.
Uh-huh.
It looks cool on the outside.
If you
Stop!
say- if
Look,
you say
there's the
so.
little G skill thing. I'm advertising. They're gonna give me money.
Alright. So alright, you said Helldivers?
Yeah. Just boot up Helldivers, and you have to get to a drop. So you have to select it.
Oh. Let me
If
grab
you know how to get to a drop. You
if I
ever
know
play Helldivers?
if I know how to play Helldivers. Oh no.
What do you need?
Ah. I left the USB for this in someone's computer. Oh no, there we go. I've done that before. Yeah, he plays Diablo. Yeah, you have a question.
Oh my God! I forgot to tell you. Go ahead.
What is your about monthly pricing? What monthly pricing are we referring to? I don't really do anything monthly, other than
Oh, Chris's OnlyFans, I think, is about.
hush.
I'm kidding. It's a joke. TOS. I'm sorry.
The only thing I do that's monthly would be IT services. Thanks. All right, good.
I was playing an ARAM 2 days ago, and a Shaco on the opposite. No, it wasn't an ARAM. It was Brawl, because you could be Shaco on either
Yeah.
side.
Mhm.
Shaco on the other side was like, "You play Diablo?" I was like, I was waiting for someone to notice the fact that my name is Harlequin Crest,
Yeah.
and then my hashtag is +2
Which one?
because of the
Which
+2
one?
skills. Daddy Raid Boss. That one right there, yeah. Yeah, I reinstalled Project Zomboid because I needed stuff that I could play that wouldn't crash my PC.
Super Earth is under attack.
Yeah.
All right, what are your questions? And it's monthly based on the monthly cost is determined by what you actually need. Yes, he played I bought him Diablo 4 and he played it twice.
I didn't play it twice. Then how did I get to Endgame with you? The first time that it came out.
Yeah. You literally played it one day with your group with the boys, and then you played it the next day with me, and then you logged off and never logged back on.
Who plays it still?
A lot of people. Emily plays it.
Elon Musk plays it. That's it.
Resounding frickin' what's the word I'm looking for there? When What is not?
So the skipping right there.
Not adulation. It's resounding endorsement. There we go.
So go ahead and do a drop. No, the frame rate is fine until you get to a drop.
I'm also not in 4K. Why are you on hard? How much have you been playing, my guy?
I haven't been playing much. I think I went to this place because I was trying to do like solo with like other people.
Yeah, no, you just do
and
quick play.
I just happened to join a hard, I guess, and then yeah, okay.
put it on
Oh, how did
trivial.
you change that?
Q&E.
What?
When you're on this screen, yeah. Do it on trivial.
So I did a hard drop. That explains why I was getting two-shot by little alien guys.
I know.
Okay, so right here, when he pops out of the ship,
Let's drop right there.
you can manual select. You don't have to click the icons.
Mm-hmm. Told you, you just gotta. You need to unlock one of those. But when we play, I'll show you. It is 12 o'clock.
Is that a bad thing?
I believe we are frozen right now.
Wait,
Yeah,
but it's not.
There it goes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actively freezing.
All right, so. All right, here it comes. Right here.
Yeah, it's.
So it's just still freezing.
It's actively freezing.
Yeah, but the system isn't dying though. Normally, I can't Alt Tab. I can't do. This is normally when it crashes.
What drive do you have installed? This game installed on?
C. So the 2 terabyte.
To 1 terabyte.
I think it's a 2 terabyte because I have a 2.
That one right there.
Is that a 1?
It's a 1.
There's a second one underneath this.
Okay.
So there's technically 3 drives. There's. Am I right about that? Yes, I am right about that. The 1 terabyte is backup. Is it the 4K resolution?
Could be. This is not a 4K monitor for me to check, so.
Why was it freezing like that to begin with, though? Was that just... Is the drive still being decrypted?
Yeah. So there's actually a pretty big load on this at the moment. Wherever this guy is.
That actually looks really smooth, too.
It's also, it's not trying to push. This game in 4K is intense. Like, I can barely run it at 4K.
So is DayZ, so that would explain DayZ. So
Yeah, Rust isn't, though. You're not playing Rust, though.
no, Rust isn't so bad. I could probably boot up Rust and not have very many problems. But why did I suddenly start having these problems, though?
Driver updates. NVIDIA's drivers right now are not so great. So, this is Chris. Alright, let me see. It says that I'm waiting on a response from you, so hold on just a second. Let me take a look, see what it is. Don't say anything. Alright, your 2 terabyte drive is failing, which is why it's not loading into Windows. Do you want to replace it with another 2 terabyte drive? Yeah. So 2 terabyte drives are about $200. Yeah, plus 100 for me to install Windows and get everything up and running. Yeah. Yeah, and then because you can do like a smaller drive in there if you want as well. So with a smaller drive, if we do the 1 terabyte drive, it ends up being $235. Yeah. All right, thanks. All right. Shut up. So 10 PCs, like emergency remote desktop. Cloud backup, like the cloud backup stuff, I would help you set up through either Backblaze or Carbonite, depending on what you specifically need. If you need it for each individual computer, so you'd be paying them, you wouldn't be paying me. I would say that generally I do for stuff like that, it's hourly because it's not per computer where it's a set thing every single month. But usually it starts for that kind of thing. It usually starts about $1,200 a month. That's what my other two companies that I actually manage stuff for. It ends up being roughly that. And then they have a cloud backup where you don't pay to put it up, you pay to pull it down. So the upfront cost is relatively low. It's just the emergency recovery cost is a little bit higher. And then per computer for antivirus, I think it's like $8 a month. I have to log into the supplier. It's from Trend Micro. And it ends up, like I say, I think it's $8 per endpoint per month. What are you doing?
I'm trying to get master to the foreground, but it's not.
It's on your other screen.
Yeah, the only way to get it off that screen is...
That doesn't work anymore.
Okay, well, I guess that doesn't matter.
But yeah, I'd have to look at the actual computers and everything just to give you a solid quote. Yeah, I mean, it seems to be pretty good. Let's
So the 4K...
Let's turn that off.
Why would...
Let's do that. Changes have not been applied.
Because it's not in Windows borderless anymore. I turned off borderless. No, it was on that screen.
Yeah, I did what I did. I was doing this, applying.
Did you just put everything on ultra?
I did. I wanted to turn VSync off, and we're gonna turn off frame rates. Now, yeah, a little bit. Oof. DLSS kicking in.
He just like raised out of the ground. That was goofy.
This is Chris. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be 235. All right, I'll start working on that, and then I will give you a call. Okay. Yep. Bye. So, can you take this out of this sleeve real quick and just write approved? Oh, gotta pay attention. I gotta keep you alive here.
Just over the damn thing?
Just right where it says bad hard drive.
Too many bad sectors?
Yeah, that's fine. Oop, we were eliminated. I can't hear anything. Thank you. Oh, hi. Hi.
But now, all it was doing was freezing just now, and then it dropped, so it didn't crash.
Well, yeah, it was just loading up, which also could be the fact that it was decrypting at the same time.
Oh, gotcha. Well, and it wouldn't have been the CPU temp either when I had the one that is now broken in there, because I monitored that too.
That cooler is actually better than this all-in-one. So, yeah,
so the only thing different that really happened is two things. It's switching from 4K to 1920, and I moved the card from the PCI slot it was originally in to
and that PCI slot is actually, I keep seeing this scar on my screen, and I keep thinking that's it's the reticle.
So what is that little scar then?
It's literally a nick in the screen.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Why would you scratch at it then? Oh, there's also a cut in the screen. What the hell did you do to this screen?
It's a really old ass screen, my guy.
I was gonna ask if the icy stuff on the side is the screen too.
It is definitely not.
Okay, so this is basically running pretty well.
Yeah, even like at ultra.
Do you see the temp of the video card? Well, now it's not on borderless. You might want to turn borderless back on to see it.
You know, there's a overlay for hardware info.
Well, that would have been useful. Yeah, but you're only going to want it to show like certain things. Though,
Yeah, which you can turn on and off. OSD enable, and then you can choose what you want it to, what you actually want to have in there. Let's see what actually pops up. It is not up there now. I had a problem with this when I first did it. So overlay top left,
Background opacity?
hotkey
Is it all the
opacity.
way
You mean
down?
opacity?
Opacity, whatever. What's the difference? Oh, tomato, get out of here.
No, that's opacity is not a word.
Opacity is fine. Don't worry about it. Chat. He's just a perfectionist.
Definitely not.
If you're from the South, it's opacity. If you're from the North, it's opacity. Just saying. Wisconsin versus Florida. I win.
You realize that when I lived in Wisconsin, it was at the age of 1, right? So I didn't know how to speak.
You
Other
knew, how
than
to,
that,
say,
I've been
you knew how
here.
to say opacity, though?
No, I just repeated the weird shit you just said.
What, opacity?
I mean opacity.
It shouldn't be tomato. It should be opacity.
Okay. I don't know why this isn't showing up.
Just turn window borderless back on.
On-screen display not running. That's strange. Like I said, I had this problem.
Do you want to turn window borderless back on real quick?
No.
Just.
Yeah, there's not. I don't see anything wrong with that currently. Oops.
Yeah, way to go. What?
Yeah.
It just drops you right back in?
Yeah.
I thought you go back to the ship.
When you're by yourself, yeah.
Oh, why did it drop you on top of a group of bots?
Well, that's where I loaded in.
Oh.
All right, let's get out of it again. I need to extract. Yeah, I would say maybe that is like
The 1080p versus 4K.
yeah, and it just might be too much. Because were you running Diablo at 4K?
Yes.
Yeah.
But if I were to play Diablo and do the teleport thing, it wouldn't be a problem now with this card. But with the previous card, it was. This crashing only started happening recently while I was playing DayZ, and then worse when I started playing Helldivers with you. And I guess only at 4K resolution, or there's still the fact that I changed the PCI slots.
I'm gonna take that shit
I don't
down.
think that the CPU has anything to do with it at this point, do you?
Oh, I missed. No, I don't think it has anything to do with the
And
CPU.
obviously the power supply doesn't have anything to do with it either, right?
I'm still a little bit sketched out by that power supply, not gonna lie. But we would have generally seen. Oops. We should have seen something if it was a power supply when we put the full load on it.
And then the outlet that I have on the
Check the power
surge
strip. I mean, it
protector.
definitely could
But
be the power strip.
The thing is the computer itself was plugged into the wall during the last crash.
Try and the other thing I would say is just try running one at a time.
Try running what?
Just one thing at a time. Like anything else that you might have running, just go ahead and shut it off. And then see if it's something like one of the applications or something you have running. Like even the what's it called?
1080p on a 59-inch screen is going to be.
Yeah, I agree. What I was thinking more along the lines of even the hue thing that you had on.
Flux?
Flux. It could be that because flux is interrupting the signal coming from the motherboard and going to here, because it has to change the entire tone. So it's a step in between your GPU and your screen. I mean, it's a possibility.
Why can't AI just solve troubleshooting, dude?
I mean, it can.
Why can't it just do everything for me?
I mean, it can. Oh, that's not
That was
good.
interesting. Like, you were firing, but the gun was still facing in a different direction. It
Yeah,
took a minute
that
to get-
happens. This game is not very well optimized.
Well, if anything, that seemed like a
Bro?
a physics thing.
Will I hit it? Will I hit it? Will I hit it?
Oh my god. Oh my god. No, you won't. No, you're not. No, you're
Oh,
actually
it
not.
was so close.
Wait, can you actually destroy that shit?
Yeah. Yeah, this isn't Destiny. You can literally destroy everything. Friendly fire is a thing.
Yeah.
Again, I don't think it's a video card issue.
What? God damn it, dude.
Well, I mean, it's good that it's not a video card issue.
Well, if
They-
it's not a video card issue, okay.
They want you to buy one of these GPUs.
You want to try plugging this one in and testing it and seeing if there was this video card to begin with? Because now.
This is Chris. Yeah, what's up? Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm putting an SSD in there. I don't sell hard drives anymore. It's just, yeah, it's a 1 terabyte SSD, yeah. Yeah, I just say hard drive because generally if I say SSD, people have no clue what that means. Yep. Have a good one.
Did you just say your customers are stupid?
Yes.
To a customer?
Yeah. Because generally people don't know what those words mean.
So, do you want to take that one out, put this one in, and run this one too?
I have to start replacing an HDMI port on a PS5.
Oh shit, yeah, you got other stuff that you have to do, don't
I
you?
do, yeah. I'm not seeing anything specifically that's a problem, but this happens often. The last thing we need to do before you move out of here is we gotta blow this thing out. This thing is atrocious.
It's not atrocious.
Tomato, tomato.
What do you mean? I would have said atrocious.
Yeah.
Alright,
And don't forget, you're gonna need to reset these settings. Try 1440. See if it's doing the same thing at 1440.
I have it at 2160.
Right, that's 4K.
Yeah, I know. Well, no, it has my TV. The last two TVs that I've had have a custom resolution of like 31 something or another by the other number, which was like 4K, I guess.
Yeah. So basically, this is what I want you to do. I want you to take it home, turn off everything that's in the task manager as far as the startup settings. Like all of these startup stuff, turn them all off. Every single one of them. Why do you have them all running anyways?
Like, what is running? Well, why is phone link back on?
Like everything, phone link's disabled. But just
Okay.
turn everything off, start it up, launch a game in 4K,
What
see
is
if it
all
starts
this shit,
crashing.
actually?
It's
Enable UGG enabled.
all these things are
obviously.
enabled.
Why
You
is that?
just never come in here.
Wait,
and
why
turn
is
them off.
terminal disabled?
And this is just on startup.
Oh, okay.
So just disable all this stuff, then start up a game that you know crashes, try and get it to crash.
Oh, divers.
If it crashes at 4K with nothing else running on the PC,
Drop
then
it
we
to 1080p.
then step it down.
Step down resolution.
Because it could be something with the CPU in one of the PCI lanes.
And would
is
that mean that it's the motherboard then?
It could be either the CPU or the motherboard at that point. But we put a 100% load on the CPU and it didn't crash.
Which is a good thing.
Yes. But it's also like I don't have a way. One of the things.
This is a newer motherboard in the last 2 years.
One of the things I've been talking about, even with the chat recently, is I need to find an application where I can do spiky tests, where I put 100% load goes to 0, 100% load goes to 0, 100% load, all within a short period of time, to put different power loads on a motherboard. Because what I do is I ramp it up to 100 and it just sits there. There's no variation, there's no fluctuation. So I need to figure that out. Yeah, let's DDU this thing real quick before we do anything else.
Can you run a virtual machine and do that?
What?
Run a virtual machine with Windows. So you're running Windows 11 on a PC.
Mhm.
Run a virtual machine that's also running Windows 11 on it. A virtual machine within your.
No, that wouldn't put a spiky load though.
You put a spiky load on it by maybe you would
Is that
have.
the name of your dildo, by the way?
Huh? What?
Spiky load, name of your dildo?
You'd put 100% in the foreground OS, and then say 50% or even like 30% in the background
OCCT?
on the virtual machine.
What is OCCT?
What's this? What are you doing? Oh right. Also, what the hell is that?
Don't worry
Oh, it's your thing. Turn the boost off on my
No.
processor in the. What do you mean no?
Leave it
Why?
alone. Leave it alone. It's fine. Tech even pointed it out. It's the base clock is 3.6.
I'm sorry, I'm not looking at your chat.
The max clock is 4.6. As long as it's below 4.6, it's fine. It's at 4. What's wrong with
The
that?
chat said that it's supposed to be under 4.
Huh. I've never actually used OCCT.
What is it?
It's apparently benchmarking and stress testing.
Oh, is this the thing that you were talking about that you wanted to have as an application?
Yeah. If it exists, I'll look into that.
Look at that. You're taking other people's advice for once? That's cool.
I always do.
Yeah, I always do.
I don't know everything.
It's my...
I don't know everything. I'll never know everything. All right, we'll see you later, man.
That's him saying, I know everything and I will always know everything.
I'm always willing to learn. All right.
Wait, what did you just do?
We're in
you
safe.
restarted?
We're in safe mode.
Oh. This is safe mode?
Mhm.
Did I just see my background, did I just see my wallpaper engine running in safe mode? Or no?
No, it shouldn't be.
Okay.
There's nothing like that.
You know what would even be better than what you're talking about?
GPU.
Is having all these applications on a USB drive
No.
and then having a service that auto updates those things once you you plug in your USB drive, you run something and it auto updates all the things that are on that USB drive.
So the problem with
the
that,
current versions.
the problem is running an application off a USB drive is highly unstable unless you have like a 40 gig USB-C port, because the amount of priority that
40 gig USB-C.
Yeah, that's a new thing. I just built a computer yesterday that's got 40 gig USB-C ports on it.
What does mine have on it? Mine has a USB-C port.
It's probably just like a 2 gig. But it's the big thing with it is the priority that USB port is given when files are moving across it is lower than if the CPU needs to write something to the hard drive. It'll interrupt what's happening there to the USB drive, and it'll prioritize it over to here. So you could be writing a super important system file over there, and then it shoots over to here for a second, comes back, and it just skips that file. So you don't want to do that per se.
That's not good.
At Fractal North.
Ooh, we've been waiting to ask this question for a while now. How's your wife?
She's good.
Feels good.
Yeah.
Feels good.
Yes, it's still decrypting stuff. The next time you come over, and we actually can sit down and talk, there's a lot to talk about.
Why?
Stuff that I'm not going to talk about with the camera running. But not with
Is
Melinda.
everyone okay?
Yeah, everyone's okay. It's not with Melinda and I. It's the things that are surrounding us. So, yeah, we'll talk. We got a lot to talk about, man. We got a lot to catch up on.
I mean, if you guys don't want to be our friends anymore, it's fine. I understand, especially with Sierra now coming into the mix. It's a joke. It's funny. Wait, why'd you make that face? Do you actually don't want to be our friends anymore?
No, I'm the one who's trying to get us all to cuddle together. You know, toss
Right.
on Avengers.
No, because
You liked
it's already complicated enough. I don't
Look,
want to do
man,
all that.
you loved being Little Spoon last time.
That was last time. I was a virgin then.
Okay. So again, we'll run that. Take it home, give it a shot. Let's blow this out. We need to reinstall. Do you have the? I'm not going to go into your downloads.
You can. There's nothing there.
The one thing that I will say is the latest.
That's another
Yeah,
thing. I've been looking at.
I'm probably gonna end up buying that software. The like whatever, as long as it's not insanely expensive.
Anyways, that's another thing. I've been like looking at the different
Yeah,
updates and
probably.
downgrading to a different like
The
like
driver
older
edition.
driver.
Yeah.
And running DDU, downgrading to the next one. Did it just die?
It's installing drivers.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah. Do you have the NVIDIA app installed? No, it should.
Yes.
It's probably it should be uninstalled right now.
There it
Oh,
is.
yeah.
So much for DDU.
Well, no, DDO shouldn't. It uninstalls the GeForce Experience. I don't think it touches the app. So going out for Father's Day dinner tonight with
I'm doing that tomorrow.
one of my clients.
Weird.
No, she's like one of my closest friends.
Is that your real dad?
No, my real dad's in North Dakota.
I know.
Still refuses to come down.
Wow!
Yeah. Is what it is.
He likes it up there.
He does.
You like it down here.
Yep. It's fine.
Is that what you're going to talk to us about? You guys are moving to North Dakota?
You think? Okay.
Melinda.
Melinda gets cold when it's 78.
Yup.
Why is it so cold in the house, honey? It's literally 78. I know. Can we put it at 80?
What? Does she not understand that you're a man and you have to be cool? You're like a processor?
74. Ramrod, the guy in my chat, keeps his house at 68.
We keep ours at 72.
Yeah. Well, you also have 5 bodies.
But we also need to figure out our new room because our new room stays at about 85.
Check the vents. Make sure there's nothing blocking one of the.
It's not
things.
that. It's
And
we
then
have
windows.
an enormous window
Yeah.
that I actually put a curtain rod up.
This is Chris. Hi. Okay, let me see here. No, I haven't gotten anything yet. Well, oh yeah, no, I did. I did not even see this. Hold on, I gotta forward this off to my. Can we change the email address that you?
You can almost hear it in his voice.
Okay,
He's like, wife.
so-
He says it was some just deserved.
Yeah, I love my wife.
He says it with a lot of enunciation. My wife.
All right. Yeah, I just had my mic turned off for that whole conversation. So.
You'll have to scoot in
Yeah,
just
a little more.
when all 3 wheels are white.
Therapy go okay?
Yeah,
Perfect.
now I've done it.
Hey, have you doing any push-ups yet? Oh, let me get that out of the way. Sorry. I got it again.
What is over there?
It's my thing.
I tried to run it.
I'm just in the way. No, it's nothing different. I'm always in the way.
Who can take my render of an idea into a file for a 3D printer? I had to pay someone on Fiverr to do it. Like legitimate, I don't know
Why
how
don't
to.
you just have AI do things? I'm using Chat for Chat and Gemini.
It didn't
for,
work.
Like,
We'll just put it like that. It just didn't work.
Okay.
I tried.
Can you have Chat or Gemini create
Yes.
a file that
Yes.
is a blueprint for stuff in.
Yes, it's called STLs. Yes.
It's taken over. It really is. We have Skynet coming for us. We actually have Skynet coming for us.
All right. So get this installed.
What the hell is this thing? Why does it have Ethernet ports on it?
It's a power over Ethernet adapter. It's for a network install I'm doing next week.
Oh, true.
All right. Take it home. We'll get this installed. Call your girl to come pick you up. Because I said I gotta.
Custom. Please don't install the.
Why not?
They're dumb. They're gaming thing. Scroll down. Okay, never mind. It's good.
Yeah.
Do you want to do clean or no?
No, we already are clean.
Oh, okay. You're clean.
I know I am.
You're unclean. You are the unclean.
Yeah, because I gotta install the HDMI port.
Yeah, his is always overfull.
I bet it is.
It's actually completely empty right now.
We currently do not have any computers for sale.
Yeah, I do not have any for sale right now. Is this gonna work now? Oh, looks like it might start working finally. Hey, look at that. It started working. Yeah. I'm not sure what else it could potentially be. But we do need to blow this out. I'm going to do that in a second. Let's move in some air.
Huh?
Let's move in some air. It's good.
Oh yeah. I'll get a. What is that, anyways? That one that you have on there
This
right now.
H150i.
How much was that?
I don't know.
Because I can get it off Amazon and just give you this one back.
Yeah, just buy. Peerless Assassin.
What is it called? Send me a link to it.
Thermal Right. Peerless Assassin.
Thermal right.
Peerless Assassin.
Peer like P-E-E-R.
Peerless. Yeah. Like it is the GOAT of air coolers right now. For the price, there's not a better cooler that you can buy.
Peerless bourbon.
Yeah, Peerless is a pretty good bourbon brand. I don't.
Assassin 120.
Yeah. I think the SE.
Why
are
does
the
that
ones
look
that are
so
available.
simple?
It is extremely simple. It's just 2 metal towers and 2 fans.
It has a dot matrix display on it.
You don't buy that one. That one's expensive.
Newegg. Oh God. Please
Oh, someone's gonna deliver to me. Your wife was helping me this morning order stuff from Apple.
Oh, was she?
almost lost the phone.
Does she usually do that?
Yeah.
How much do you usually talk to my wife, Chris? Don't you have your own wife?
At least 2 or 3 times a day.
Yep.
I love talking to her. She helps me with my anxiety about stuff, and I help her with her anxiety about stuff.
What anxiety does she have?
You're kidding, right? Like, you're actually kidding, or do I need to pour isopropyl alcohol in?
This looks like it only has 2 screws.
Yeah, this is what you want right here.
Yeah, but it only has 2. How would?
It has a.
Oh, wait,
has a,
it probably
has
has
a, there's a mountain plate.
Okay, yeah, that was gonna say.
Yeah, I
That's,
absolutely love
that's
that.
probably important. Ooh, the ARGB.
You get the, yeah,
It's
you
only
get
$2 more. What the hell?
Yeah, it's super cheap, but it's so good. Hey, Tech posted a link to it in the chat.
Thank you.
Just, I said this to you yesterday. You remember, you are a Discord. You're a moderator in my Discord.
It's probably not a good thing.
So you can come into my Discord and ask questions. And when you're having problems with this, start a thread in the tech support thing. So if you're still having problems, there are people in my Discord that know way more than me. Like, so much more. Josepher is one of them. Like, the guy worked for a Fortune 500 company as like an IT manager. And he's forgotten more about simple things than I'll ever know.
My only tech support guy has been ChatGPT. Why is that fan off?
Because I told you it's unplugged.
Oh, this one right here?
Yeah, it's unplugged. Yeah, he's one of my Discord monitors. He was one of the originals.
Why is this not on?
It doesn't need to be on. The fans only spin when it needs to. That is a normal feature
Has
of
it been
of
on
GPUs.
before? Oh, it was because Helldivers was playing, right?
Yes, so it would have turned itself on, especially
Oh,
as soon as you have a
it
switch.
just came on and turned off.
All right, let's get this unplugged. Let's get this up front. Let's get this blown out. Be right back, guys. Alrighty. Always exciting when Mark's here.
Yeah.
The most exciting. Alright. We're gonna do a hard drive install real quick. Get Windows installed, get it to Angeline so she can start doing Windows updates. A bunch of little things. I do need to hydrate. I just spent the past, 2.5 hours talking without drinking any water. Now you guys know one of my best friends. You guys get to experience that shenanigans. All right. What is this nonsense? He's an awesome dude. He doesn't think so, but he is. Alright, so apparently on this case, which is a CyberPower PC, we have pogo pins providing power. And the way you access the hard drive is from the front of the case. Now I gotta check some stuff because my mom only listed a single hard drive in here, but there are two. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, I've never actually had that before. That's interesting. Edit URL. There we go. Nice, man. That's up there now. Alright, so this is plugged in. It is turned on. And I don't think this thing is working anymore. Not surprising. There you go. This is an AUSDA SSD. I'm pretty sure that's dead. So let's put an actual decent hard drive in here. You may not have heard of them, but you have definitely seen their logo. So it's an ADATA. You doing all right, man?
You want to come take me off one?
Yeah, sure. Give me 2 seconds. Let me get these screws put back in. Huh? Oh, okay. Having the car cleaned, so. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. said, if it doesn't go through,
I just have to put it in manually.
Yeah,
I mean, it's gonna
that's
charge
fine.
me for that, but it's okay.
then whatever What is going on here? That's what's going on. I remember now. Yeah, I've been to his house before, Emily. He spent a couple weeks living with me, him and his family, after the last hurricane came through. Hey, thank you for subscribing. What's going on in your food lab? Alright, we gotta put Windows 10 on this. Yeah, I know, you told me. Where's my Pi KVM? Let's see if this breaks. Curious if this will break. Uh-huh. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yep. If you're running the enterprise version of this, you're gonna have to pay. 100%. Gamers don't. Enterprise do. Meaning large scale companies. Yeah, a lot of people fail to realize exactly how long Windows 11 has been out. All right, let's go. Yeah, I think I just installed that. No, Sequoia, 15.5. Yeah, so I'm on 15.5. This looks like this will work. Like it's the bottom of the Nile and never going. Yep. I am using... I have two of these. It is the ST400. So I have this one, and then I got another one that's in a little sleeve over here. I've been having problems with it, so I just replaced it. Because the problems that I've been having with it are stemming from the actual connector for the USB-C. I don't have internet, guys. Donate to me so I can get internet. Yeah, I think so. Let me ask her. Hey, hey, I wanna be a rock star. It's 1:15, everybody. Yeah, I asked her. Yeah, so the nice thing about the ST400 is you can bring your own drive. So you can toss whatever size drive you want in it. Which is super nice. Alright, do we have interwebs? We do. All right, let's get this over to Angeline for Windows updates. And then we're going to work on that PS5 HDMI and get that out of here. The thing is made of plastic, Master. I don't know what you expect. $47,000 feet. Possibly. PS5 HDMI. Yeah, let's hope. Why you gotta jinx me like that, Lee? You just need to change the angle of that thing so it's pointed more towards the wall. Right back, guys. Yeah, I have my own developed software. All right. All right, let's do it. PS5 repair. HDMI port replacement. Let's do it. All right. This is me hoping my mic is still on. Should be. Maybe. I'll take a maybe. All right, let's get that unplugged. Sticker off. Time is currently 1:30. Let's see where we end up at. Hey, it's a great question. And there you go. This, nope, not that. Where is that? I think we have a command set up for this. But here, this is just a quick rundown of the tools. But generally, it's just starting and going. There are more like nuanced ways of doing it, but generally it's just deciding to do it one day. I'll have to blow that out. That's quite bad. All right, let's get our security screw out of here. All right, I'm trying to find my magnet. Hold on. That's not surprising. The PS5 has been out for how many years now? Question's going to be, what relationship do they leverage to make a full-on handheld? Like, again, like a PS Vita, but it's an actual like full-on console. What was the Vita that could connect to the PS5? Was it the Vita Go? Is that what that thing was called? Or the PS4? It was one of them. Master knows. What, yeah. But I thought there was a specific model. That you had to have. It wasn't just any of them. Was it just any of them? Well, that's kind of cool. I never knew that. I got a Vita sitting up there right now. Alrighty, let's get that off of there. PS Portal, that's the current one that allows you to connect to PS5s. I'm talking about the old one, but it was also its own dedicated console as well. So yeah, and it was the Vita, but like I said, I thought it was a specific model of Vita. Oh look, we got dead cockroaches. You had to jinx it, didn't you? That means gloves on. Why is my camera like so blown out today? Is it my forehead? Forehead blowing everything out? Hope we don't find any live ones. That would be aggravating. This is a later model because we have removable panels. What's your question? You're just doing updates. What do you mean it black screened on you? Move the mouse. Okay. All right, restart it. Just press and hold the power button until it turns off and then turn it back on. It's the only thing we can do. That's going to be pricey. From what I'm hearing, the price on that's going to be in the $800 range. The $800 to $900 range. Let me rephrase that. So between $800 and $899. How long did it take you to save for that Switch 2? All the screws. Okay. TPM 7950. Why does that sound familiar? Oh, yeah. That I have that on my CPU. My 13700K. Hopefully a long time, Lee. One thing I never hope for is for people to break brand new things and bring them to me. Because I want them to enjoy those things. I don't want to be having to fix someone's broken thing like, right away. The other part of that I will say that would be, I expect to see more of the Switch 2s because the price point that they're at, it is definitely more of a fix than replace. Whereas the original Switch, it just got to the point where, you know, after labor and everything, we're looking at like $200. Like that's like replacement. So it was very close to that. I don't think we're going to see any more. So it was like even hard for me to justify working on the Switch. Like the Joy-Cons, for instance. I could never really justify working on those Joy-Cons for people. I would always tell people, like, look, it is so much cheaper to just replace them with a brand new set than it is to have me repair it. You know, you're absolutely right, Master. They do. To vacuum up a little bit, I guess. There's definitely some roaches in there. All right, let's get these on standoffs. I'm going to have to take these standoffs and toss them in my ultrasonic cleaner. So I've come to the realization that when we do that giveaway, I'm going to be doing 3 giveaways because I'm also going to do the giveaway for that toolkit as well. seeing as like the video is no longer really getting traction other than like here. So I'm just going to go ahead and just give it away at the same time. Yeah, the incorrect readings that they've been giving off. I think that's interesting. I really think I'm going to start doing, like, I'm going to set up like a little thing to do in the first thing in the morning when I get in. Like, I think I'm going to call it Tech Breakfast with Spec, where we cover like some interesting things that affect people, not just like corporations and stuff. See, I thought about that, but the alliteration messes with me a little bit, like Techfist with Spec. All right, we are replacing this. Let's go ahead, start in our solder paste. Solder paste our flux. We flip. Out. This. How does this cable get under stuff? I'll never know. One, two, three, four. Yeah, it's upsetting that that's something you actually have to think about doing with a brand new console. Let me get this on here. Go. I mean, you didn't have to really do that with the Switch 1, so like, what gives? I think it's time for me to do I got to do a little maintenance on my iron. Where's my solder clean? There it is. Sorry, I'm retinning the tip of my iron here. It is getting a little bit dirty. It's almost time for me to order another set. Yeah. Yeah, that looks better. Yeah, it's almost time. This guy's almost seen the end of his life. All right, let's get this guy out of here. I'll make sure we still have flux on this side of the board. So I am still evaluating this flux on whether or not I like it. At this point, I'm like 50-50 on it because this stuff is running everywhere. So we'll give it some time. And we will see how. I think you still got a long way to go, Ram. Just saying. Standoff is in a real awkward location. All right, let's get this melted. Hey, corporate meetings are enriching. They're there to improve your life as an employee.
Hello? Yes. Bradenton?
We are just waiting for this solder to mix. Sorry, I had to whistle because my mom was saying something that you guys needed to not hear.
You're welcome. Thank you. Bye-bye.
And it comes out on its own. Beautiful. And that's what we're hoping for. Now, let's clean out our holes. Yeah, well, again, we're dealing with something that's closer. You see how there's nothing over here and there's not really anything over here. That one, there was board on both sides of it. So there was more thermal mass there to actually pull the heat away from what I was doing. And that's what made that so hard. I should have been, for that, I'm just going to remember in the future when I do USB ports for people, I need to use my board heater. So I can get heat into the whole board and it just doesn't get sucked away. I am liking this solder wick less and less every freaking day. Like, I paid so much money for this solder wick too. You talking to me?
Yeah.
What about it?
Did you get from the company that you always use? Did you try something different?
This is the stuff I've been ordering. For sure. Yeah, it just won't even hold together a little bit. Put that in there. Oops. Sorry, guys. Yeah, look at that. It's just completely spreading out while I'm using it. Alright. Thankfully, I've found a replacement one. What? Why would you spend $450 when $125 gets this replaced? Explain that to me, Tenfan. And especially seeing as this is my job. Look at that. It's true. So true. Almost. Not always. The ones around here do, yeah. What happens if I become a chain? Do I become the problem? Repair for the HDMI is $125. What are you even talking about? Thanks, guys. I'll remember never to open up more than one store. Did you guys raise my pricing for this? And I just am unaware? Is that what happened? Is that actually cleared? Yes, it is. All right. So confused. All right, I'll never open up another store. I'll just keep making this one bigger and bigger and making it the only place in Florida where you can get stuff repaired. What I'd love to do is get enough money to close down the other computer repair shops that are around me. And the only thing I need to do is I need to hire someone that can do cell phone repair full time. And just, become the monopoly. I gotta order some more of this Chemtronics. Alright, next one. Talk to Laura about it. Who? The what? Noah? Someone who's never fixed a computer before. I don't think I want to have him go gangbusters on a customer's cell phone. Which I got to call him today. Let him know that I'm still working on it. I'm just putting together the paperwork for him. All right, there we go. Yeah, I'm going to reorder some of this stuff. Yeah. You said that, Master, not me. Okay. That's what I like to see. Like, I'm like, so far, I'm kind of sold on this Chemtronics stuff. Like, it's not... Chemtronics? Why did I say Chemtronics? This Chip Quick. It is, I like it, it's nice and clear. I can see what's going on. Let me grab one of my nano cubes. Yes, Emily, are you okay? Seeing Mark today put me in a good mood. Sometimes, Emily. Sometimes you put me in a bad mood. I'm going to have to hit that again. I mean, generally. Where do you live again? That bothers me. Yeah, it'd be the same price where you are, Maine. All right, rotate, align, out. So we're gonna order some more solder wick and some more HDMIs today. Let's see how this goes. How's it going, man? All right, we're gonna try and get a good angle here. All right, we're going to, my hand over here, we're going to press. Nice and tight. Push that forward. There we go. That's better. I feel like having this farther forward makes better contact with these pads. Almost there. All right, let's let it cool, and then we're going to check them. It looks like we got a nice solid connection across all of those. I know, Emily, you never do it on purpose. So we'll give that a second. Gotta let that cool. Get that off in a second. All right, let's see how we did. We'll start over here. Solid. Solid. Too far away. Solid. 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 You know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm still going to come in here. I am going to... These are pretty good, actually. Wow, that's quite good. That's like factory. Yeah, that's really good. I think that might be the best solder joint I've ever done on one of these. Let's get... I mean, and like even like looking at this, there's like no flux anywhere. This stuff didn't run or anything. So far I'm really liking this stuff. I gotta clean up a little bit on this side, but that's like a nice solid little guy on there. All right, let's get this put in here on the bottom. Actually, before I dive too much into that, I need to make sure that I put flux on these legs on this side so that the metal wants to run, the solder wants to run up the leg. You can see it spread out and kind of glugged down like that. So that moved down the leg a little bit. See the same thing here in a second. Should pop down. There it goes. Over to the other side, and then we'll check it on the other side to see what we look like. Any day now. Figure that out. We'll take a look at it from the other side and make sure that it actually worked its way down. I don't think it did. We will find out. All right, let's take a look. No, not on that side. So just gonna add a little bit more heat here before we clean this. So these rear legs are gonna require more heat to get this to flow. Let's clean this up. Alright, I gotta do it. I don't like the fact that I have to do it, but I gotta do it. I gotta put some more heat into this. Just a little bit at a time, because I need that stuff to flow down these legs, and it's not. It's just sitting on the surface on this side. There it goes. There it goes. You can see it distinctly just pop down. Yeah, now it's filled in over there. You can see it all the way down there. Only concern is, did that affect... So we need to let this cool down on this side, and then we'll do the same thing on this side. And then we're going to have to check to see if that actually affected... Move. That affected this at all? It did not. That's the HDMI controller. All right, last one. I'm going to aim it this way so we can push this heat that way. And we're looking for the exact same thing we just saw. Just for them to liquefy, and then you'll see them just go boop, boop. Here comes the liquefy. There's that one. There we go. Curious, like it looks worse than it actually is, but you can see we actually have solder going all the way through. All right, now that we did that, we're going to clean this side off a little bit. Get rid of the stuff that's all over the board that I can see that you guys can't. And then all off of the board. Got one little spot that's just being a little bit difficult, which is right there. All right, that's clean now. All right, let's flip this. And we're going to do our, hopefully, final check on this guy. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20. All right. All right. So next, we turn our attention here. To our liquid metal. Try and pick some of it up. All right. And now we clean it. I'm just going to get rid of this oxidation. I'm reusing these things. I have a whole bunch of them now. There we go.
Anything else you want done?
Nope, that's it. I have never attempted that. Definitely seems like it might be feasible, but I don't think that it is thermally conductive enough compared to the liquid metal. But like I said, I have not personally tested it. So who knows, it might be. in this corner. Causing me issues. I have to pull it back a little bit. And it just wants to sit over there. Go. That's a little better. Why are you aggravating me so? I hate when it does this. It's oxidizing very quickly for some reason. All right, there we go. So, sometimes so aggravating. All right. This thing back together and dusted. So the thing with that is, like, it shouldn't take that much effort to actually get rid of the oxidation, like just happened. Usually it does not take that long. For some odd reason, this time it really, really wanted to. Yeah, I've had problems with it, with the newer ones in the past. When I say newer ones, I mean like the later revisions. It's like they used a different type that just oxidizes like super duper quick. I'm not worried about it taking longer. I'm just worried about how quickly it's actually oxidizing and making sure there's a nice even coat. Okay, you go back on there. All right, and then let's go ahead, set that down. That plugged back in. That plugged in. All right, we're going to get some nice even pressure all the way around. I would say for small electronics repair, this is not the best, but for this type of thing, it's good. It's a fan tick. I got it from Costco for like 40 bucks, 100% worth. I had the smaller ones of these. The problem I have is after using them for about 6 months, the batteries are just shot. I like the size of them because they fit comfortably in your hand. But this one here, it's a little bit chunky. I use it on the absolute lowest torque setting. But I have had this thing shear off some of these screw heads, and then I have to figure out how to get them apart. One of the moderators in the chat, a guy named Josepher, who's here occasionally, he has an electric screwdriver that's one of the nice ones, where depending, like if you push down, it has two modes. You push down, it turns to the left. You push down harder, it turns to the right. It's an interesting little guy. It's a little bit more expensive than this. But it's definitely, if you're taking a lot out and putting them back in on a regular basis, it's definitely worth investing in. Is that the security screw? Did I just put the security screw in? No, I did not. All right, good deal. can't see the redemptions right now. Thank you for following. Oh, yeah, that one. I'm sure I'm supposed to leave that one clear. And then I sharpen straight, boys. I was just thinking about you. Yeah, for something caused your whole site to use 20 gigs of data yesterday. So I increased the quota, so your emails should start flowing again. That's no, it wouldn't have affected us. Um, but yeah, I'm not sure exactly what caused what I saw, and it wasn't like it wasn't my like it wasn't my settings that caused you to get kicked out. It was the host. So the host just suspended the actual account because of the amount of data that was flowing through it. Because 20 gigs is a lot for like less than an hour. No, no, it did nothing like that. Like I said, it just looks like if you were trying to go through and delete stuff, like it might have just tried to happen all at once, and then like from transferring from your computer because your Outlook downloads all the emails. Like it might have just been transferring that. So yeah, yeah, yeah. No, it looks like I said, everything looks fine. Just try and use your email and everything. Let me know if you have any other problems. And like I said, you still got to go through and delete some because that's where your storage space is. I went and verified it. It is all emails. Okay. Mhm. So it's whoever you actually purchased the domain through. Alrighty. Okay. Alrighty. Absolutely. Have a good one. Bye. Okay. Flat rates. Yeah, that would be. It's always flat rate plus materials is what I charge. And if I'm doing trace repair, it generally would be not considered materials. Like usually for something like that, it would be 125. Generally. Helps if you keep your finger on the actual button. All right, let's grab some cables. Me and my broke HDMI. I gotta replace it. I know, guys. And we Gucci. And let's get this out of here. We got 2 more on the bottom. Thank you. the matter, Emily?
Commander.
Hey, this is Chris over at Bradenton PC Repair. Your PS5 is ready. Yeah, I'll be here till 4. Alrighty. There we go. Next, before I leave, we're going to install a CPU cooler. We're going to see how these prints turned out. Undersized them, it looks like. Yeah, I gotta toss these things. Probably these and my solder sucker into an ultrasonic cleaner, just to get everything off of these things because they're covered in a little bit of flux and other gunk. That's gonna go there. It's there. That's that PC update is done, right? What was the name on that? Number 5, right? Yeah, it was. I'm pretty sure the reason it did that is it was just updating the video display drivers. Freaked out. Hey, this is Chris over at the computer shop. That computer's ready. Yeah, I'm leaving at 4 today. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be here from 9 to 1. Alrighty. Yep, have a good one. Forgot my compressor was still on. So we'll have to make some adjustments for the next series of these prints. Came out somewhat okay. Off. Emily, what would you like me to say to you? Hmm? Hey. You're not sure, but you want me to say something to you. Thank you for subscribing. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, Emily. I currently have nothing to say. So the scale on these is all slightly wacky. I don't really have anything to say right now, Em. Just going to get these models cleaned up before I have to go over to my customer. I'm going to print a larger one of these. Figure out. Thank you for following. How are you? You watching TV tonight with your mom, Em? Big pieces off of here, and then we'll come back and clean up all the small stuff. Okay. So you're just playing video games? They are ballistic shields. So I was showing this a little bit earlier. They are it is this ballistic shield. And this is the site that I'm building for them for it. Yeah, it's literally just a 3D model of that. You know, I'm finding interesting after, like, I've collected, how many comments are on this thread? So 80,000 views with 1,000 comments. It looks like AM5 motherboards have roughly a like 35% failure rate. Like, I'm just kind of really confused. Like, I was not expecting to have a failure rate that high. Because I have, like, my most popular vid, like, across all the platforms is a single short. And it's just about, like, people having trouble getting something to post. And it's like 15 to 20% of the people are just straight up having to replace their motherboards. Well, that one just straight up came off, so we'll have to fix that. That one's going to need a little bit more of a repair. Great. Hey, no, it's Chris. How are you? Good. I just want to kind of give you a little bit of an update. I am waiting on some paperwork from my CPA to get sent over to you. And then I can start getting you in here, you know, doing the whole temporary intern thing. Okay. So I'm just waiting because there's some specific stuff that I have to get from you, and then they have to run it through some of their software and whatnot. And then, yeah, we'll get you in here a couple days a week. And then, yeah, we'll go from there. Not yet. No, once I get it back from my get it from my CPA, I will work on getting it over to you because I got your email address. All right. Absolutely. Have a good one. Bye. I still have that. Yeah, this one here is I think this one's just the lost cause. Yeah. No, what I'm going to be doing with him is going to be like an internship. So I'm going to pay him a flat rate every month as a contractor. And then eventually, as business picks up and he can take over doing some of the full-time stuff, I'll increase that amount. And, you know, maybe eventually once he gets out of college, he can use what he picked up here to parlay that into a better career than this, because this is not a career that I would recommend someone getting into. I would highly recommend going what he is doing, which is cybersecurity or system administration, not just generalized computer repair. It's just not. Let me put it like this. If I didn't wear so many hats, I wouldn't be able to survive. Because I have computer repair. I have computer repair. I have a little bit of cybersecurity. Then I also do like IT, system administration, as well as web development. Like without having all of those hats, I would have gone under quite a while ago. It's one of those double-edged swords. Jack of all trades, master of none kind of dealio. Thank you. And who knows, maybe like doing this, he'll find something that he enjoys with it, like more than something else. And then he can change what he's doing with his college degree or something. Yeah. I was shocking some people last week talking about my my general knowledge of dehumidifiers and why I had to learn a whole bunch about dehumidifiers. It's just one of those, why do you know that situations? Well, because my office building was missing its roof for like a month. So it was humid AF in here, and I needed to make it not humid. So I'm going to work on, over the next week, I'm going to be printing a bunch more of these for these guys. And I will get these print settings figured out for them. Because I need to, and I'll probably save them as dedicated profiles. So that when I print these in the future, because I'm going to print them a little bit larger, you can see this is the size I wanted to print, and this is what just printed. What I can do with those profiles is get them so that I can just, oh, I'm going to be printing this file, got the material loaded. Let's go. I also need to change my dehumidification packets. And also need to dry out this filament again. One of the things I'm going to be doing is I got a shelf over here that's full of computers that are just me projects, I guess. I'm going to be emptying that shelf off, and then once the shelf is emptied off, I'm going to be moving I'm going to move that shelf into my bathroom here in the office, and then put all of my filaments in there and turn that into like a dry room. Yeah. In a busy month, like I think my busiest month are 60 computers roughly, which I mean, like it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's quite busy. Plus, on top of that, you'll have IT stuff. But I've had months where I'm in the hundreds of computers. And like this month is a slow month, so I'm only up to about 30.
What was your busiest month for building custom?
It was the 2023.
Oh, really?
January 2023. That January I got back from North Dakota, or the December, got like 18. Remember, I just had boxes and boxes stacked up over here. Yeah, that was crazy. 18 custom builds in a month. I was super stressed about money because that was like $60,000 just sitting out there that I had to wait for people to come pay for. That was exciting.
How many gaming computers do you think you've built so far?
I think maybe like 10. Everyone, like, the economy's down. Parts are expensive. It's where we're at right now. And stuff is like some of these parts are hard to come by. You know what I think is crazy? Like I had 1,000 subs on YouTube in March. It is June, and I'm already at 2. Oh yeah, I hit 2,000 subs 2 days ago. Try and keep going with that. I'm trying to improve everything about not only the stream, but the experience of being a subscriber. We're doing a lot of talking about it on our Discord, which, hey, if you do got questions, you can always stop by our Discord. Just !Discord, !Discord in any of my chats, and it'll pop up there for you and give you some info. Yeah, people keep mentioning that to me, and I don't get the significance of it, but it's a movie, right?
No, yeah, it was a movie. Superstition about it.
Yeah. I don't either. Okay. Those are done. We'll get them over to Jeff today. Oh, okay. I'm gonna post up a video real quick on the TikToks, and then we're gonna install that cooler. I mean, it's fine. Like I haven't really done enough yet, so. Profile. Yeah. Is there a way to post? How do I? Yeah, upload. Gotta read, Chris. Yeah. Yeah. I'll believe it when I see it. All right. Let's get this installed. All right, probably security. You don't have to pay Microsoft, things like that. All right, so this cooler, I believe, has died on this guy. In the BIOS, it's hitting temperatures over 95 degrees in the BIOS. So told the guy we're gonna replace it with a Peerless Assassin. Let's get that done. So this is how to install a Peerless Assassin 120 SE ARGB into your computer. This is an older system. I should still have a bracket for it, hopefully. So first thing we want to do is we're going to remove our old style CPU cooler. Down off of there. Do you believe this is an LGA, was it 1200? Just from looking at it, it's a square socket. All right, we're gonna have to go around the back here for a second. There is a cable plugged into the back that I was not expecting. Alright, so where are we? So we have two cables coming around the back on this guy. Where is this coming from? Well, that's exciting. And we tilt. Normally you wouldn't have to do this. Normally you can just remove your cooler, but in this situation, we're going to need to remove some cabling as well, and I need to figure out which one this is. Because more than likely this is going into this stack somewhere. I believe it is that one. All right. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. This is unironically becoming one of the most annoying removals I've ever done. Okay. Yeah. Right, down on the floor with that thing. I gotta plug all of these back in. Beautiful. All right, let's lay this back down. All right, so once you have your CPU exposed, you want to use some isopropyl alcohol. Get the old thermal paste on it, because anytime you replace a CPU cooler, you want to go ahead and use new thermal paste. This is an i9-11900F. And this guy wondered why that thing was overheating so instantaneously. Even if that thing was working perfectly, his old cooler wouldn't be able to keep up with the temperatures that that thing puts out. All right, so first things first, we're going to unpack our Peerless Assassin. We're going to make sure we get the correct bracket for it. There is a set of instructions in there. You just need to make sure you read the right ones. So AMD, and then we have Intel 1500, 2000, or 11500, 1200, and then Intel 1700, 1851. They're in English and they're in Chinese. So just make sure whichever language you need to read is up. So we're going to be doing the 1500. So we get that unpacked, pull out the actual cooler. We're going to set that off to the side after we take it out of its little protective bag. Pull out our two fans, which are RGB. So they want us to go ahead and use our own bracket. So this is the bracket that came off of the cooler we just removed. It's held on there with a little bit of adhesive. There we go. And out of there. And then we're putting this guy on here. Make sure that these holes line up. And this one actually has a peel. We're going to peel that off. And the holes that I'm referring to are these two screw heads and that screw head. If the back of your motherboard doesn't have that, then there's a good chance you're using the wrong mounting bracket. All right, so next with that, we need to put standoffs in here, which are going to be the black ones. So you get this little package, red, blue, and black. So we're going to be using the black ones. And we're going to be using the screws out of the blue one. Flip this over. Okay, I'll pick it up in 2 seconds. This is Chris. Okay. 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 Generally, yeah. 265. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yep. You have a good one. Do I prefer air or water cooling? It depends on the situation. Sometimes I prefer air, like if it's a build like this, where you don't need huge amounts of cooling because it's just used for simple gaming, then air would be fine. And this is, I don't want to call it a budget build, but it's close to a budget build. Like today, because this is a 3080 Ti, which is a great card, the 11900F, it's a great CPU, plenty of memory. It's just the case that's in a little bit of a rough shape. So for this, I would say air, like this air cooler would be fine, like a dual tower. For, hey, I'm constantly going to have the computer under a load, maybe at that point I'd probably end up recommending liquid cooling. So it really comes down to what the end goals for the users are. All right, so after we put these little black guys on here, these little standoff, they are spacers so that the bottom of this plate is the correct distance away from the CPU itself. So after we put that in, we need to install these guys. This is the only little annoying part to this. And we always need to make sure, so this is a top and a bottom. So you never want to install these guys in the wrong position, otherwise you'll never ever get the cooler in there. So we just gotta make sure we have these screws going through the right holes. And then the feet themselves, so you see how this is, it has a little bit of an angle to it. Let me pull this down a little bit so it's not so blinding. I promise I'm not that bright. You see they have these little corners cut out. Those go towards the CPU. Like so. And we will take our screwdriver and we'll tighten these down partially. We are not going to tighten them all the way down yet, and I'll explain to you why. The main reason that, oh, of course it fell off. The main reason you don't want to do that is because if you need to make an adjustment, because the cooler itself will not line up with the 2 screws on these bars, you need to have a little bit of wiggle room so you can move these bars around a little bit and get them in a position where they will line up. And the last one. All right, so we still have, loosen this up ever so slightly. All right, we got wiggle room, we got wiggle room. All right, so always remember we do our peel, we take that off. And this goes, so you see how this is slightly off center? It is farther to this side than it is to this side. We want, so I'll hold it like this, it makes more sense. So we want the plate towards the bottom when we put it on like that. And then we're gonna get some thermal paste. This does come with a tube of thermal paste, but I have my own brand that I enjoy using. And we're going to make sure we get nice coverage on here. And we're going to use the actual cooler itself to spread out the thermal paste as we tighten it down. All right, now that looks like it's going to line up, so let's tighten these guys down all the way. At this point, yes, Emily, she's doing well. We'll put that on there. Get that starting to spread around. Line up. Top one is lined up. Bottom one is lined up. Right. And then they leave this one. So you're going to need an extra long screwdriver for this. I have an extension that I use to do this, but you're gonna need a pretty long handled screwdriver. Otherwise you'll end up making contact and it's just going to feel real uncomfortable. All right. And then you just tighten these down until they are finger tight with the screwdriver. You don't want to use a power tool on this. So you just, it'll tell you when it's done because you'll turn and then it'll do what's called camming out. And then you press down slightly and then you give it another half turn. Make sure we're on there nice and solid. Next, we're going to go ahead and get our fans ready to go here. So for this, we have a little header splitter here. So we're going to plug this into our CPU fan header, which on this motherboard is directly underneath this cooler, which is aggravating. But I can't exactly go to the manufacturer and be like, yo, move it. I don't know why a manufacturer would have thought this was good even in the few years ago when this was like a mainstream motherboard. So we have our splitter on there. So we'll plug our fans into this. And then each of the fans is going to have a fan header as well as an RGB header with a daisy chain for the RGB header. I'm going to install the fans this way so we have access to all of that, and then we can plug it into the header on the motherboard to get it some RGB. And then it uses the RGB for the motherboard for control. So this is going to go like this and come off like this. So these are compression springs that just go into the side. They go in the front like this. And we're going to install this. This is a blow-through design. The way I'm setting this up, this is the intake. This is the exhaust unless otherwise implicitly expressed on the fan itself. A lot of times the fan manufacturers will put an arrow that shows the rotation direction of the fan, which in this case will be this way. And it'll show the direction of airflow, which is going to be this way. So let's slide this guy down. Get down there nice and snug. We get one side tightened on there. And this part can be a little bit tricky. You just gotta get your fingers into really small and sharp spaces. There we go. And then what it should look like when it is on there is, come on, focus for me. Is that. See, it's not sticking off or anything. So we're talking about this right here. That is what it should look like. Not sticking off. Same thing on the top side. And then we're going to do the exact same thing again for the other fan. We just got to make sure we stay clear of all these little cables that we got running through here. Get this. So this side is going to be a little bit different in the height. And the main reason that you'll have a differentiation in height is because this side has memory that it has to clear. You do not want the fan vibrating against your memory. It's not great. So if it feels like it's touching your memory, you should probably disconnect it and move it up. Just a little bit. And that's what we're going to do. Use a little tool. Unhook this. Just going to move it up slightly because I don't want it sitting against there. I don't want to pinch the cables in there. Nada. Now we're in there, and these cables are moving freely. Now, we have our fan header splitter. We're going to plug our fans into that. There's one. There is two. And now our RGB. These fans that are included in this kit are using the 3-pin RGB connector. So you have 3 pins. Do not try and shove this onto a 4-pin. Do not put a 4-pin on a 3-pin. Sounds like common sense, but you know, it needs to be said. And this motherboard just happens to have these connectors right here. Ahead and slide that onto those pins. This may or may not be supported on your motherboard. So just check your motherboard manufacturer and manual to see if it is. There we go. Do you believe that is on there? Or not? It is a tight little squeeze. I'm trying to get this. And there's no positive lock on these still to this day from modern manufacturers. So getting these on there can actually be annoying. I'm going to light in here. I can at least see what I'm doing a little bit. And down we go. And then on the back side of that connector, there is a splitter. We will drop that on there. Hello. I'll be right up there. And here we go. All right, I'll be right back. All right, so that is how you install Thermalright Peerless Assassin. So let's go ahead and turn this on and see what our temperatures are at now. Power, as if they're still just blasting. We need to check some other stuff, because this is actually, like I said, a pretty solid PC. We got our little fancy little RGB. Get into the BIOS and we'll take a look here. No keyboard detected. All right, 26. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this was 100% an issue with that other cooler. So and that's it. That's how you go ahead and install one of those. The steps are generally the same if you're doing it on Intel or AMD. And yeah, just make sure you read the instructions. If you guys got any questions, drop them in the comments below. And we'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Yeah, 100%. Give this guy a call, let him know he can come pick this up. Not sure what you were trying to say there. Is this Paulo? Hey, it's Chris over at the computer shop. Good, I got that cooler installed and your computer's ready. You know what? No, I have that note written down, but I did not do it. I'll do that here in just a second. But yeah, it's the temperatures are staying under 30 degrees now. All right, so I'll run that virus check, and then I'll give you a call tomorrow, okay? I'm here between 9 and 1, but like I said, wait for me to give you a call to let you know it's done. Absolutely, have a good one. Yep, bye. Get this thing. I'm not even sure what brand this is. Master, what is this? What is that logo? This looks to me like an Asetek, but I've never, yeah, this thing was, there's liquid in there, so the pump just has to be dead. No, I figured you would recognize that logo. Looks like a Viper or something. Enabled. Yeah, this is. I wonder how old is the BIOS? Asus Prime. I thought he said he updated the BIOS. Let's see how far out of date we are. BIOS version 0.082. Current BIOS version is that the right? Prime B560M-A AC. There's no shot this is that far out of date. Version 2001? So that version is 1, 2, 3, 4 versions out of date. So it's actually not super bad. It's bad enough though. So we'll have to do that tomorrow. I'm going to start on the... He wanted me to do a deep clean. So he has some suspicions. All right, I gotta go. So we'll do this tomorrow. Thank you guys for hanging out. I really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. We'll see you soon. Bye.